and extract conclusions from that.
Well, sure, you can do that. I have absolutely no problem with that. You know, this also, I mean, you make it sound like I have a problem with the experiment. Experiment is fine. You know, I'm sure they're great people and they have a great laboratory and they're all nice people and what have you. I'm just saying this experiment doesn't show that objective reality doesn't exist. The conclusions are entirely unwarranted.
Well, that's the science press. Objective reality doesn't exist. All this nonsense. Let's speak technically.
Yeah, I mean, just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. And he's an introvert, incel or whatever. And when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is. But I mean, it could be the high birth, more realistic. But yeah, we talk about that. So
Doovid, hey, I think I turned off the music there and didn't segue into the show properly. So apologies to the audience there. Welcome to Week in Review. And Doovid is already screen sharing. So he's sort of a victim of his own technological savoir faire that instead of seeing Doovid now, you just see what he's screen sharing. So sorry about the abrupt change there. And I have pinned Doovid to the screen. Welcome to Week in Review. And my apologies for clicking the wrong mouse. That's what happens when you got the double computer setup. All right, Doovid, over to you for the introductions. Thank you for being here with us on this Sunday evening. Looking forward to the show.
Yes, I got my new MacBook, so people could see the my old Dell here. So I still have to figure out how to use it and the programs and all my passwords. So I'm going to do the screen share on my Dell, and then I'll move over to my library once the show starts. So if you have the screen share going, I'll go over the week in review. It was a pretty interesting week. A lot of interesting things going on besides my new MacBook. I appeared on House of Comments with Ralph twice talking about Ukraine, kind of low quality conversations, and God forbid
is that good? What I got there, and then I'll full screen up.
Yeah, so give it a full screen so we can see what's going on.
And that's the right screen. Awesome. Yeah, sorry, this new interface is okay. Mixing me up a bit. Looking good.
Okay, so the America CPAC's Conservative Political Action Committee was this week with the big names in the Republican Party, and so also was AFPAC, the American First, Nick Fuentes, and then I saw Ben Norber. Had like a few clips of Nick Fuentes had like hundreds of thousands. One even had like over 2 million views. I went to University of Michigan with Ben Norber. We were both members of Jewish Voice for Peace, University of Michigan. And I remember we were friends on Facebook, and we were there when the whole Richard Spencer was trying to come there thing happened. And he got really into this like punch a Nazi thing, God forbid, when Richard Spencer got punched, and he was really in favor of that. And maybe but it looks like he's became now focusing on anti-Semitism and white nationalism, research analysis, and that's what he does. So he got really big views, probably more views than AFPAC itself covering it. So I'm not sure, politically provoked, somewhat like embedded themselves with America First, Cozy TV, Ralph Retort, different things. So I'd share that. I thought that was interesting. I saw the name Ben Norber, and we went to University of Michigan. We were both members of Jewish Voice for Peace, and I took a more peaceful view. Like we agreed on Israeli actions towards Palestinian, and we had groups and we met with Palestinians. But when it dealt with dealing with white nationalism, he took a different approach. But I guess props for him. Good for him getting hundreds of thousands of views on his Twitter. So here I saw this course. This is I didn't watch it yet. I just saw it in my screen in YouTube recommended videos. This is already from 7 years ago. Marvin Minsky of MIT, 13 course, almost 2 hours each lecture on the Society of Mind, talking about consciousness, computer AI. Minsky, obviously, I think he won a Nobel Prize, one of the fathers of artificial intelligence, computers. God forbid, he was pretty caught up with Jeffrey Epstein, and he was quite caught up, but he passed away already a few years ago. But so I'll try to check out his course. Obviously, he was one of the biggest names in artificial intelligence at MIT for decades. So here was his course in fall 2011. Sorry, it was posted 7 years ago, but this is 20 years ago. But it's probably still relevant. And at this point, he's passed away. So here we got Lex Friedman had Mark Zuckerberg. I'm not sure if he went to visit Mark Zuckerberg or if it was in Texas, unclear, but a 2-hour interview with Mark Zuckerberg, kind of interesting. We come back to it, but I thought Zuckerberg appeared kind of normal. You could see kind of like the high birth, low birth. Relatively, Mark Zuckerberg took quite high birth and was chosen for greatness as a kid. Going to Phillips Exeter Academy, one of the most elite private schools, high schools in the country, and then Harvard, and the coding. So they talk about a bunch of interesting stuff. Zuckerberg probably, he knows a lot, but he probably doesn't know that much. He's a guy who created a company, social network, and it became the biggest. And he head fronts a lot of these issues. He doesn't seem like like a deep philosopher or anything like that. But it's not surprising. He probably spent the majority of his time working on his business, but big name. So encourage people to check that out. I was on Jai Davies again this week for Krishna puja. We sang and talked about Krishna. I went over at an hour 45 minutes. I went over my theory of the hero's journey and sang a Hare Krishna tune, a 3-part tune, explained the structure of the tunes. Did some chanting. It's mostly in Hindi, but it's pretty good viewership, good panel. A lot of people came on and just sang songs, and so we'll probably do it again. So I'm having pretty good working repertoire with Jai Devi. And
wonderful. This is wonderful. So happy for you.
Yes, I could probably book Jennifer if she wants, because they.
Is it going to turn? Let's think about it. You just continue having fun there.
Yeah. So I think she's on Australia, and I guess she had been involved in different things, and now she's back to her Hindu Sanatana Dharmic roots from flirting with Islam and Christianity, and popular streamer, interesting crew of people. So I watched some Arvel. I guess Jennifer's buddy with Arvel, so I never watched him too much. Just a few clips Jennifer asked me to watch, and then this week I saw some stuff. I watched a good few hours. He was on Godward, the old content watcher, the guy from Luke Ford, who God forbid got doxxed and lost his job due to his woke politics on streaming. And so he's created his own streaming. He's over 1,000 subs. He's got his Patreons, and he's teaming up with Arvel, and they had a deep conversation for I guess just 2 hours with Arvel and another hour. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Arvel was kind of like down on art and music. He sounded like Doooovid, where he's like, no laughing. Laughing's degenerate. Like he sounded like music and entertainment, where he's just it's degenerate. It's no good. I mean, it's for the weak. Like you want to be serious in the philosophical sphere. Philosophy has to be on top. I'm not sure if you're buddies with Arvel. I would invite him on my channel. Like he's talking a lot about Plato, and like Doovid loves to mention Plato. So if you want to hook that up, or if you're buddies with him, I would invite him to talk.
I don't know if we're buddies. I asked him to come for a talk and he didn't want to. So I think he maybe wants to go with familiar faces.
Well, he was on Claire's also this week. I didn't share that, but yeah, he might come on my channel. I'm not saying Week in Review, but if he wants to come on my channel, I'd have a talk with him. So here's Rick Beato. This will rock music ever make a comeback? And you can see this chart here. Rock music is even below country music and hip hop. Just in terms, hip hop is like 5-6 times bigger than rock music. Even country music's 2 or 3 times bigger than rock music. It's not really going anywhere. And Rick Beato was kind of talking about that, where there really is not much of a future for rock music. And he said most rock music has already been done. And so I'm going to talk about that with the hero's journey. And Jennifer was like, well, is there the loser's journey, the anti-hero?
I don't think I put it like that. I said anti-hero's journey. Is there some equivalent to that?
So, Doovid is a civil engineer and, landlord, and you would like to be more involved with these issues. God forbid the decline of America. So I found this Cheddar channel randomly, and they had done a series on civil engineering infrastructure in New York City, the airports, sewage, trash, why is there so many rats, the bridges, water towers. So anyone interested in civil engineering, check that out. Here is the Royal Society this week. Professor Yang Wei He had a video on the theory of everything, and pretty good general overview review. Here was another one, the Royal Society, probability theory and AI. That one's pretty good also. This slide was pretty interesting on just look AI versus machine intelligence. Intelligence in a machine should not be considered artificial. The distinction between artificial and natural seems itself artificial. I mean, to say a machine isn't really artificial intelligence, it's a misnomer, because it's not artificial intelligence, it's machine intelligence, which is different than human intelligence. Autonomy versus intelligence. Many concerns about AI systems stem not from the intelligence of the system, but rather from autonomy combined with lack of intelligence. So saying computers are intelligent, but they're not autonomous. And, it's a distinction worth noting. And, general intelligence specialist systems are incredibly useful. Human intelligence is flexible, but not all that general. But the whole lecture was pretty good and useful. Arvel on his channel spoke with Kane B. I have in my itinerary, Kane B has I didn't even see Arvel has his own Plato channel. So Kane B has these long series I haven't watched. He was on Theology Unleashed. He's got like these long playlists on philosophy of logic, philosophy of language, philosophy of science, philosophy of biology, philosophy of color, scientific realism. So I think I even watched a few of his videos. So I watched that video. It was kind of a little bit talking past each other. So I guess here's Arvel's channel on Plato. Doovid's a big Platonist, so save that. I might check it out later. And you will definitely talk about this later. Sabina Hassenfelder was on with Bernardo Kastrup, who I've shared some of his video. I think Essentia is who he's working with now, talking about superdeterminism and metaphysics. And I guess Kastrup is more friendly towards spirituality, and Hassenfelder not. So there's a little argumentative back and forth, kind of even a little bit like Doovid and Church of Entropy.
Well, I
So-
mean, I don't think it was that good.
So Oswald Spengler in my Discord mentioned me like on Lowell. So I said Lowell's on Rumble now, and he's getting some decent views. I guess he picked up this, Dr. Zev Zelenko, who's kind of infamous. We won't talk about it as he was the one who first came up with this alternative treatment for COVID-19 that was semi-popular and now is not recommended at all. And now he's became, God forbid, an extremist conspiracy theorist. But he got on to teaming up with Lowell Gallen. He's getting thousands of views for his medical malpractice fellowship with Lowell. So I guess Lowell's picked up a little bit of viewership. Couldn't handle the censorship from YouTube, so is now on Rumble. Doovid is also on Rumble with Charles Moskowitz. Just too much censorship, so me and Charles are basically just doing on Rumble. Maybe we'll try to talk a little bit about Ukraine or meta politics. It's tough. Like me and Jennifer basically talk about acceptable science, ideas. Uh, avoiding censorship. Even last week, just trying to analyze racism. Jennifer was a little cautious. We didn't even talk about that. But I don't think me and Jennifer need to like switch to alternative platforms before censorship, because the majority of what we talk about is just science and spirituality and not dictate to censorship. So it's just like we can review if I'm talking about some argumentative things and we mention it. So we might, we'll see how Jennifer feels if we want to analyze what's happening in Ukraine, but so tending to avoid YouTube for that because of the high levels of censorship. And Lowell's partner from Root and Branch, that they've split up now; they're not working together anymore. Les Glassman, and he's in London for the stamp show. He's a dentist, but he was a big stamp collector, and he represented Israel officially going to stamp shows. So you could see him in London at the big convention show, showing off some of his stamps or showing what's going on there. So that's it. So I'm going to sign off on my old computer. I'll move to my library, my new pardon me, my new MacBook.
Nice.
So
You ready to do the opening chant? Are we gonna be blessed to have one of those today?
yeah, I thought I'd analyze some interesting music and maybe this loser's journey versus the hero's journey, where I talked about the generic three-part Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, where you have your hero that is born into the difficult society, then he's taken out of society, given some sort of special wisdom, then he comes back into society with the special wisdom and changes society, hence the hero's journey. And so musically, you have the introduction, dissonance, and then resolution. And so most like generic tunes have that basic structure. Some three-part, or the Hebraic chances that model God's name are three-part, but the second part repeats at the end. So modeling God's name, the 1 2 3 2, like the Yud Hey Vav Hey, and it's pretty generic. So Jennifer, I showed a message that I was on the the Jai Davies channel, and talking about the hero's journey in music and the Krishna chants. So she was like, well, is there an opposite of that? And so I said, well, the anti-hero, kind of like the tragedy, the comedy, where the tragedy is tragic, where a person due to his hubris has a tragic end, and it's meant to teach the audience lesson that hubris or character flaws could lead to deadly outcomes. Or a comedy where generally someone of lower birth has not necessarily like a victory like a hero, but like gets the girl a romance. So comedy has an element where there's usually like a downfall of a foe, and but your average music song kind of has this guy gets the girl, and most stuff like the Beatles, classical music, even classic rock, uh, is basic classic like guy falls in love, gets the girl, sings about it. Uh, your basic hero's journey. So when I was a youth in the '90s, grunge became very popular. There was heavy metal, and then there was grunge, and so I think grunge generally has this anti-hero basis to it, where musically and um, lyrically and symbolically, the hero loses. So like the guy doesn't get the girl, bad things happen, like Nirvana, God forbid, commits suicide. Alice in Chains, dies of a drug overdose. Um, most of the music of the '90s era was rather tragic, and musically, it's kind of depressive. So I was thinking two anti-hero journey songs that were pretty popular. Um, one was Offspring, a song called Self Esteem. I'm not sure. Were you familiar with that song?
I don't think so.
This song is 1994. It wasn't super popular, um, but it was a reasonably popular song. And this kind of like, God forbid, the decline of the family and like the rise of the incel movement, where like the where a person would like monogamy and marriage, where it became kind of expected, God forbid, that you're not going to be able to get a woman in a monogamous relationship, and so even if you score the woman, you're going to have to share her with other people. So call this the anti-hero song, and it has kind of like an anti-hero message, and the theme ends on dissonance. So instead of having resolution, the high point is on dissonance. So I'm going to sing the second half of the song. Now I'll relay this little bit. Happens more than I'd like to admit. Late at night, she knocks on my door, drunk again and looking to score. Now I know I should say no, but it's kinda hard when she's ready to go. I may be dumb, but I'm not a dweeb. I'm just a sucker with no self esteem. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that kind of the dissonance creating? We'll skip that part to the chorus.
Okay, I do know that one. Yeah, I've heard it. Thanks.
When she says, oh, that she wants only me, then I wonder why she sleeps with my friends. When she says, oh, that I'm like a disease, then I wonder how much more I can spread. Well, I guess I should stick up for myself, but I really think that it's better this way. The more you suffer, the more it shows you really care. Right, yeah. So I mean, it's kind of the. I actually liked this song when I was in high school, and the lyrics hit me. I was young and I was still kind of secular, and the lyrics kind of hit me as like a truism that God forbid, like you want to play in the dating game. The women are don't really have any advantage to a monogamous relationship, and the good women, you're not going to be able to get into a monogamous relationship because there's going to be competition, and if they're a high caliber woman, they're going to be able to juggle multiple boyfriends at the same time, and so it kind of creates the song for like the classical song of the boy meets girl, falls in love, marries the girl, builds up a family, to your anti-hero song, to boy meets girl, maybe he gets to have relations with the girl a few times, but he doesn't get her because she's um, has other boyfriends at the same time, and kind of like a Christian message also, like a little bit of like okay, like suffering, like okay, but there's some value in suffering and shows you really care, that he's willing to put up with his girlfriend's promiscuity, God forbid. And which, for some reason, I was looking at Forrest Gump, and there could be like, that was kind of also the theme of Forrest Gump, kind of like the Republican who does everything right, but he can't find a woman, and like the woman he finds, can't trap her for a monogamous relationship. So he stays loyal, does everything right, loves only one woman, and she goes out and, God forbid, wants to see all the things that the world has to offer. So it's kind of like, the Forrest Gump is also of that era. And I think this is like the Radiohead Creep. And like, I assume you know this song. This is one of the most famous songs of the 90s, right?
I think I remember it. Yep.
You'll recognize it when I start singing. This is one of the most famous songs of the 90s. I looked on YouTube. It had over 600 million views. So this is also like the anti-hero song. So God forbid, the Offspring song, boy meets girl, boy doesn't get the girl, but like, okay, like he occasionally gets to have relations with her, even though he doesn't get the girl. So Creep is even worse. Like, boy meets girl, but has no chance at her, um, and recognizes that he's just a loser and has no chance of ever getting a girl. So it could be even like Creep is it's kind of the theme song of the incel movement. It predates the incel movement. The incel movement happens later with computers, but it's a a sign of what's going on in the change in music and the structure of it. Also, like I said, um, the Offspring song, the high point is on dissonance. So the chorus is in dissonance, it's not on a resolution. It's in like minor chords, or it's sung in dissonance. So so you end the high point in dissonance. And so Creep also is like that, where it doesn't resolve the dissonance, it creates the dissonance. Um, so let me quickly do a little sing along here. When you're here before, can you look you in the eye? You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so effing special. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I won't sing the second part, but then it's got the high part, the dissonance creation as opposed to resolution. Um, you know, I want you to notice when I'm not around. So weapon special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Then it's the high part. She's running out. Run, run. So I'm gonna try to do the high part, but this is probably one of the most famous songs of the '90s. And God forbid, it's kind of like the anthem of the incel movement, where you think of your classic like love song, boy meets girl, boy has a little struggle, but eventually gets the girl, builds up the family. And so here, like Offspring, God forbid, boy meets the girl, he lands the girl, but can't build up a family with her because he has to share her. And then Creep, where it's God forbid, boy meets girl, doesn't even have the opportunity to just admires the girl from a distance, doesn't even make an attempt to move on the girl, because I'm a creep and a weirdo, that I would stand no chance in the matter. So God forbid, I was thinking that is kind of the current state. I think Arvel was talking about this in the Godward podcast, where it is the anti-hero in the music of the 90s like Rick Beato was saying, um, musically, most of the rock songs have already been done. The decline of the guitar solo, and uh, and then these kind of like anti-hero songs where they don't have the classical format of dissonance of the hero's journey theme, dissonance and resolution. They kind of have theme and dissonance without resolution. So I thought I'd mention that, and the classical biblical chants. Some of them are also like that, where there isn't resolution. There's theme dissonance and then increased dissonance, and although usually they're on a spiritual level, as opposed like God forbid, kind of like satanic, or just sensual, where like God forbid, like an anthem of incels, where a person's just lamenting on inability to fulfill sexual gratification, as opposed to like a spiritual lamentation on lamenting our distance from God or inability to obtain spiritual heights. So I guess with that, you're welcome to Week in Review, and I had some deep thoughts. I hope people had some insight from that musical interpretation and the understanding of the hero's journey, and then possibly a look at the grunge alternative movement of the '90s, and that's really the anti-hero movement. And we could go over more of the songs in coming weeks if you want, but I would say almost all of the major songs of the '90s and the grunge movement all have this anti-hero element to it, musically, lyrically, thematically. Maybe next week we could look like Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains was definitely one of my favorite bands. Pink Floyd, maybe also already back, like that was 1979. I sang The Trial last week. That could also have a little bit of the anti-hero, uh, musically dissonance level, where you say, okay, there is a struggle. The struggle is real, but if you stick with it, you're going to overcome the struggle. So I don't think we're live, but maybe we are. Are we back live?
I just started the encoder, so I'm hoping that it's okay, but we'll just have to see what's up. And I'm going to try not to touch it. I touched the button for settings and it froze it, unfortunately. So I will just check here.
Yeah, thank God. So I just filed my taxes also. So if I get a tax return, if they accept my taxes, I might even buy another computer, invest in more money. But yeah, it's good to upgrade your equipment. So yeah, I was just mentioning that, like the Krishna songs basically all have the hero's theme musically, because Krishna's God. Krishna always wins. And so there's dissonance, there's struggle, but at the end there's perseverance. And so musically, almost all the three-part tunes have theme, dissonance, resolution. And spiritually, when you go to temple, it's supposed to be uplifting. So the chanting, you have the dissonance part of the chant that's showing that, okay, yes, we're struggling, but we're religious, we're transcendental, we believe in Krishna, we're going to win at the end. And a lot of Christian music is also like that has that basic form, theme, dissonance, resolution, not necessarily like only three parts, some of them more complicated, but that's generally the message of religious music: theme, variation, variation through dissonance, and then resolution. And Jewish music is usually minor modes, so the dissonance in Jewish music is probably a little bit more than Christian music, but even Jewish music also has the basic theme, dissonance, resolution, although there's not as much resolution in Jewish music because we're a minority, Messiah hasn't come, so the dissonance never gets resolved like in classical Christian music. That would be seen through the theme uh, in like maybe a major minor chord, and then dissonance through your various methods, like putting it to a minor chord, and then the resolution ending in C major. That most classical songs will end. The resolution will be by bringing it back to C major for those like more musical, maybe a major minor chord, and then with that dissonance welcome through, you know,
We can
various
review, Paul, in the
methods
chat.
like putting it to a
So,
minor chord, and then the resolution.
yeah, I'm
Are
looking
we
here.
C
live right
major,
now?
that you know, like
Yeah, it looks like we're
you know,
live.
most classical songs will end
Oh, that's
the
good,
resolution
because
will
it
be done
seems
bringing it
like
back to C major
I'm just
for,
having
you know,
trouble
those
even
more
telling,
Musicals.
maybe a major
So,
minor chord.
whether we're live or not. So we'll see. All right, so okay, I need to just troubleshoot this for a second. So can you talk for a couple minutes while I figure out whether we're actually live?
Yeah, so it's the big news. I mean, we're definitely live because I'm watching on the YouTube. But
Oh, great.
yeah, the big news in Ukraine, Russia, like I talk a lot about violence and conflict because it's you know, a big part of the world in reality and understanding conflict and like general I want to be a good person. I like helping people. Uh Conflict is the nature of the world. You know, the material realm, you know, esoterically, the soul doesn't want to be here. Uh Struggle is the natural order of things in the material realm. You know, mentioned many times that you know evil, somewhat materialism has the home court advantage. So escalation of conflict is natural order, and God forbid. I mentioned COVID-19, that you're just the mass casualties, the fact that so many people have died due to this pandemic has somewhat cheapened the value of life and changed the risk reward calculation. So you know, God forbid, pray for a better world, although that may not be the nature of the material world to say things are going to get better. It could be they're going to get worse. And there's also the reality, karma is a reality, and bad karma builds up. And at a certain point, there's you know, there has to be a great reset. And God forbid, that's usually historically through conflict, war, you know, God forbid, mass casualty events. So, it's not surprising what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. You know, it would be nice if we could all just get along and have no conflict. But the nature is to escalate conflict, revenge, and there's somewhat zero sum in the nature of struggles and desiring to have a way of life and or controllership of land and resources. A lot of these things are zero sum, but the nature and from a logical basis, you know, violence, God forbid, is the ultimate resolution of conflict. That's why people should avoid conflict. And when violence arises from conflict, don't be surprised because violence is, in essence, the ultimate form of conflict resolution. God forbid.
Yeah, I just can't understand how people are so incapable of talking about anything other than these things. Seems like.
Well, it's the most pressing issue. So usually there's a like a hierarchy. If you want to look at like you know Maslow's hierarchy, and on the bottom is pure security. So when violence happens, all people talk about it. It's the major news story of every place in the world. So you know, me and Jennifer generally focus on the higher rungs, even the fourth and fifth rung of Maslow's hierarchy, and you need a little bit of stability. You need to have the first few rungs, you know. But even from the battlefield, you know, so you could take time off the battlefield to think about high ideas. But when you're in the battlefield, you have to focus on the battle. I mean, Maslow's hierarchy is not a scientific law, but you know, if you looked at human consciousness, the direct, you know, the reptilian brain, um, when there is violence, uh, that is usually the general focus of human attention, of group attention. Like even if you're intellectuals, like you know, if you're in university and a fight breaks out, you know, things are going to stop. You know, God forbid, most events, like if there's some sort of security need, everything stops until it's resolved. Like the one heckler at an event, and you have to stop until the person gets removed. If there's a fight or something like that, you could work on a meditative state. Like Maslow's hierarchy may not be determinative. So, like, let's say me and Jennifer were meeting in public and talking about high ideas of science and spirituality, and around the corner, like horrible violence broke out. And you could say, could we just continue on our conversation and ignore?
Yes, we could. because there's violence going on all the time.
But yeah, I mean, it's part of nature, like the cycle of birth and death. But I was saying, like, no, I mean, university, like things come to a stop. Like if there's some sort
Yeah,
of
I
police
guess so. Just real quick, some in the chat was like, oh, it could be World War III. It's like the clogging up of the canal, that could have been a huge catastrophe too. This could be a huge catastrophe. Yes. What does it serve us to panic about it?
Yeah, we're just talking
Question
about the meta-analysis of largely escalation and de-escalation and looking at conflict as zero sum. If there, there's certain nature where there has to be a winner and a loser, and regional, global implications, and there, two people get into a fight, and then people take sides, and there's a nature, like said, like, well, whose side are you on? And so just conflict. I hope it ends. Conflict spreads. Conflict has implications. People start taking sides, and then taking sides is really a form of escalation. So even here in America, in the West, it's like, okay, we got to be on Ukraine's side. We got to give them weapons. We're taking a side. Russia's the bad guy. Ukraine's the good guy, or the underdog. So we're going to help the underdog, and that's a form of escalation. And so metaphysically, all conflict is bad, although conflict is the natural order of the material realm and could largely not be avoided. But if you're a devotee, a spiritually minded person, it's best to always avoid conflict and generally always favor de-escalation over escalation. Although there is a matter of dharma, and we've mentioned that many times, that it could be a situation where dharma requires people to fight and on the battle line, that I would like to believe I was put into this world to accomplish higher ideas, that these things me and Jennifer talk about, consciousness and science and philosophy, are much more important than some sort of conflict. Although there is dharma, and it, God forbid, it could be very likely that my dharma will, God forbid, be to die on a battlefield, and that's related to high or low birth, or the conditions of birth, because you're born into a karma, you're born as part of society, a family, and different scenarios where your dharmatic duty, like if you're Russian or Ukrainian, that you're just like, oh, well, now time's for the battlefield. It doesn't matter if you're trying to solve these deep higher issues. Your material birth dharma requires you to be on the battlefield.
And acumen on the battlefield comes from what exactly?
Well, it's a material science largely. I mean, there might be some spiritual essence, but the military science, the science of violence, is a skill like anything else, like music, like athleticism, strategy. So, like the science of expertise, there's some transfer of expertise. Like I had on my stream, actually, I think it was this, was it this week, or I think it was this week, I had the Horde stream. I had this master at this chess variant I play, and we're talking about that and expertise, and the understanding of the transfer of expertise is limited, although there's definitely some crossover of expertise, but it's not like you could be an expert at one thing and then automatically an expert at other things. Although some things are similar, that if you're expert at that it's more easy to transfer those skills. But the military sciences are its own form of expertise. There's some crossovers, like to chess, to strategy, to understanding of group conflict, group strategy, and then obviously just the pure athleticism or technology, because generally conflict is waged not like fighting or martial arts, but is waged with technology. So most adult males, or males, some females, spend a good portion of our life focusing on conflict because of the likelihood dharma will lead us to the battlefield. And you have to have a realistic view of human life to say that your life is the material realm is by nature already in a form of conflict. So the likelihood even of a spiritually enlightened person being forced into conflict is, God forbid, basically guaranteed.
And talking about stuff increases its probability of manifestation.
Well, it's interesting you
people
mentioned
want
that.
conflict to stop. They have to focus on peace, but instead everyone is doubling down on fear of conflict, betraying a complete lack of understanding.
That's actually one of the things that Lex Friedman and Mark Zuckerberg argued about in terms of studies or philosophical understandings. Like, is Facebook good or bad for the world? Is creating networks of communication between peoples good or bad? And it's a tool that could be used for good or bad. Mark Zuckerberg had studies that said generally communication decreases conflict, and even direct communication between aggrieved parties. We've talked about that debate is a precursor to violence, because debate is generally
even though it's talking face to face and potentially resolving the issue, it's a precursor to violence. Yeah. Somebody actually was arguing an ANCAP the other day was arguing the exact opposite. He said that if you had a debate, it indicated a necessary preference for conflict avoidance. So this is hardly a universal truth, just saying.
Well, I'm saying debate necessitates a disagreement. And so there is a disagreement, there could be escalation. So you're debating an idea, and to say by debating the idea, you could have de-escalation and resolution, or you could have escalation because the debate of the idea could come to the conclusion that the differences are unbreachable, and it's zero sum, and hence conflict is the only outcome. And so, I mean, you could look at, like I said, the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle related to karma, that if you knew all of the details of a person's karma, we could say a person doesn't have free will. And if you had all the details of the prerequisite karma that went into the person's current situation, that it would be deterministic that they made the decision that they made. But like, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, you can't have all that information without changing it. So at that level of what's going on with Ukraine and the various parties in Russia, and it could be at zero sum, and the current state of karma necessitates escalation of conflict into God forbid, all out war, or horrible things, God forbid. And say, well, why is that the case? Well, there's a history of the karma, and there's bad karma that's been building up over generations. There's group bad karma, there's collective karma, there's historical karma. There's all these factors where there is a conflict of interest, there is dispute, there's limited resources, and so on and so on. And if it's zero sum and it's determinative, then basically has to be fought out. There could only be one winner. So the quickest resolution is conflict, and so the one winner could take all. And so it could be, God forbid, if you analyze the situation of the current conflict between Ukraine and Russia, or NATO, or no, it's zero sum, and there isn't going to be any way to have a peaceful resolution because of the conflict of interest, and there's no compromise. There has to be a winner. So the best resolution is just to have the conflict, and then we could move on. But God forbid, conflict is conflict and necessitates severe losses.
All right.
But I mean, I don't know if you saw that in the Zuckerberg, where he's talking all the various issues of social media and communication, and these things are complex, and there's trade-offs, risk reward, good and bad, and the balance is very fine. To say, okay, here's a debate, and we resolved it, and we moved on, and we shook hands, and we agreed to disagree on the points we disagree, and we divided up the bounty, and everybody's happy. But sometimes there's a debate, and we determine that there's no reconciliation between the positions, and it's a zero-sum conflict, and there's going to have to be a winner and loser. So the result of the debate is we decide to go to war against each other.
All right, so when was the last time that a debate preceded a war?
Well, I mean, God forbid the historical disputations between Christians and Jews, where they brought the head of the
So
Jewish.
can we get like an approximate date for that? Because you're saying it as though it's a fact, and then it's like, when's the last time it happened? And we're digging into history now to when approximately?
Well, I mean, the most famous last one was already like 800 years ago.
Okay, so really not that frequent in the sense it hasn't happened in 800 years.
Well, I mean, there were politics. If you think like the Nazi Party or communism, Bolshevism, the complications of racism versus nationalism, globalism, that really is happening all the time, and most of the wars started with debates in politics. Like Hitler was elected, and like a lot of leaders were elected, and like Nick Fuentes and the American First, that it starts with debate, and then at a certain point the parties see that their differences are irreconcilable, and conflict, or God forbid violence, will be the only resolution. And especially
Yeah,
if
and
it's
talking about conflict endlessly increases the probability that it happens, and having
it's
debates that
unclear.
can actually be resolved decreases the probability of conflict. So what you're talking about now is just fanning the flames of conflict, just so you know.
Well, I'm not sure I mentioned that, like in violence, like Billy Jack, my favorite movie, Billy Jack, where he's like explains what he's going to do to him. Like, I'm going to kick you right here, and like, and it's going to injure you in exactly this way. That you could, to some extent, talk about violence in a show of force. That like Charles Moskowitz, and it's like Trump and the general Reagan Republican understanding of peace through strength, and that you talk about force and you talk about the use of violence to the other party, where like, I understand that we're in conflict, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I would do to you. um, and so it is a form of escalation, uh, but that comes into deterrence theory. So is there, deterrence theory, is it possible to deter violence through escalation, and like scaring and saying like, well, zero sum, but you're going to lose, so I recommend not entering the conflict, because you're going to lose. And so that's probably the mainstream strategy. So if you look at the current state of politics, basically both sides are using deterrence theory, and it's scary because there's nuclear weapons. But I would say
So
deterrence
you're
theory.
saying this mutual deterrence theory is leading to escalation, or necessarily somehow leading to escalation? Is that it?
Well, no, it's saying it's the material realm. Conflict is the nature of the material realm. So just saying, like, yeah, talking about violence, and saying like, um, if you're good at
Yeah,
fighting.
talking about violence because you're scared reinforces the fear and the probability of violence. That's self-evident to anyone who has even a remotely tiny amount of self-control.
Well, I mean, people are psychopathic. They don't suffer fear that much, or not everybody suffers fear. And if there's a rationalism to the decision, so you do have a certain element where neither side is scared, but just saying like, what's going to happen? The police are going to come. What's the repercussion? And say, okay, you're going to get in this fight, but you might win, but then the police are going to get called. So there is a certain amount of deterrence by talking about it. There is a certain amount of escalation factor, but I say you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, because conflict is the natural order of the material realm, and the dispute doesn't go away just because you stop talking about it. And then generally, um, people will break into their factions, where say, I'm just not going to talk about it, and then I'm going to team up with the people that I'm on the side with. And that's another way.
It's not about teaming up. It's about not feeling any need to talk about something I have no control over, and I'm being puzzled as to why people want to talk about something they have no control over.
Well, you do have control over. That's the science of military science, the science of violence.
Oh, I have control over the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Is that right?
No, I'm saying you don't. If you have, you're like a child, and your child.
Like, obviously, that's not what you're saying. But like, neither of us has control of that. And why are we talking about it if we can't make sense of what's going on?
Yes, I'm not like reporting on the news. I'm just analyzing the meta issues of the implications. But I mean, deterrence theory. It's really the like in any relationship, a child. If you have a child and your child's misbehaving, and you make a threat, like at some point, punishment, and sometimes the deterrence works. Sometimes the bluff gets called out, and then you have to act, and then acting normalizes. So God forbid if you use deterrence theory and you get called out on your bluff, and then you don't act, um, you lose the battle. And then if you do act, the action becomes normalized. So it's, God forbid, you have to look at the nature of material life. It's like Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita that Krishna tells Arjuna to fight, and said that well, there's reincarnation, there's the immortality of the soul, and you have to fulfill your dharma. And the nature of the material realm is what it is. You have your dharma. Uh, don't be scared. Don't fear death. Don't if your dharma is your dharma.
I find people fixated on violence are afraid of death.
Are or aren't?
Are. That's why the fixation of violence becomes central as a distraction from the fear of death.
Well, if you're a Kshatriya, that's your dharma.
A fixation on death is not the preoccupation of a Kshatriya. Honor, justice, vigilance are the duties of a Kshatriya.
Yeah, but I'm saying a Kshatriya is not allowed to turn down
it's not out of bloodlust.
Fair battle.
Not out of bloodlust. Just gonna.
Well, not out of bloodlust, but I'm saying to some extent, really, no one, no proper devotee, not just a Kshatriya, could fear death, because dharma is dharma, and if dharma requires death, then you should face death without fear. And so most people aren't Kshatriya. So it's like Ukraine, where they're just handing out weapons. Like women, like aren't going to be part of the battle generally. Most people aren't warriors, but dharma is dharma, and if dharma requires death, you're better off facing death without fear. Saying that I fear more not properly following dharma than death itself. And so the nature of the material realm, if it's COVID-19, and saying like deterrence theory, and saying you don't want to catch this disease. You catch this disease, it's going to hurt you in this way. It's going to hurt your body. It may kill you. And these are the actions you have to take to prevent yourself from catching it. And so it's like a scare factor: wear your mask, get the vaccine, or it's just preparation. You're explaining to a person the dharma, explaining to the person the condition of reality and what they have to do to succeed in their life. And that includes violence. Like God forbid, you could be a pacifist. Bullying is a reality. You have your child.
I really don't want anyone to get the impression this channel is promoting violence. What the hell, Doooovid? Get control of yourself. You're just rambling at this point. Like, you haven't said anything substantial in like 5 minutes here.
Well, I'm just promoting dharma.
You're serious. It's like you keep saying you're promoting dharma. Like, that is something that should be self-evident by your actions, and just continuously repeating it makes it more likely that it's not true. And it's wishful thinking. Yeah, F1 for you says they tuned in for something different. I'd rather focus on consciousness and positivity and the things that we actually can make a difference in. I don't see this conflict as something either of us can contribute to meaningfully in any way. Okay, it's just the same old. It's like when the thing was blocking up the thing. Did it really matter that we talked about that? That all got resolved. I'm not saying this is the same as that. I'm just saying that, let's say that it hadn't got resolved and the Evergrande had actually led to something horrible. What would us freaking out about it change? It would actually make it worse, because people are like, oh, even these people that we thought were smart are like coming apart at the fucking seams because of some thing happening that we don't have any control over.
Well, you know what I'm saying. Okay, Doooovid's an international personality. So I spoke with Ralph and people in Europe and Charles, and I played the chess tournament for Israel. Actually, won first place earlier today. There were people against people from Russia and Ukraine, and you need grown-ups to handle these difficult situations. in general, like it's
Grown-ups, yeah, okay, cool. Let's let the grown-ups
battles
handle
aren't for
it.
women and children.
Right.
So no, we don't have to talk about that. People could tune in to Thursday Charles Moskowitz or different programs to hear about that. So just mention it because it is one of the more important things going on. But it's not for women and children, and so we'll stick to the science. And I was trying to approach it from a meta-analysis angle as opposed to a political military angle, like I might if I was on Ralph or Charles, where I talk about it not from a meta philosophical angle, but from a pure military or political angle. So let's just move on and let Jennifer do her week in review.
Well, we could talk about the discussion between Ossenfelder and Kastrick. That was interesting.
Well, why don't you do your week in review?
We gotta really presuppose the self, so it's kind of hard to review what I did during the week. Just kidding. All right, so unsurprisingly, my thing is frozen again, so let me just confirm that this is not going to freeze if I try to scroll a tiny little bit. So someone asked me these questions, and I got off on a really terrible first impression with this guy or whatever. So I'm glad that over the course of a couple of months, we were able to actually talk, and it wasn't a heels digging and sort of, I'm not your buddy, pal. I'm not your pal, guy. Fuck off type shit that it sometimes has a tendency to degenerate into. So I am still, I don't want to say that I backburnered my initial plan to write about my idea with the apple, which required me to write not the last article, but the 2 articles before it as like precedents that I could then reference as prerequisite knowledge, and just ending up being a lot more prerequisite knowledge than I thought. And predictably by Microsoft Word has frozen. So unfortunately, I'm not able to access that right this minute, but I did have some notes on a bunch of stuff that has been going on, which I now can't access. Great. So there were just some random questions about, I don't know, mine, thoughts, etc. This keeps coming back to this theme as how to best present something. And when you're into the domain of esoteric teachings, the risk of misunderstanding almost always outweighs the potential reward of someone accessing deeper teachings. That's why it's sort of question as to how to bridge that gap, whether it can be bridged, and so on and so forth. I like to call attention to the question and answer format. It's very useful. The technique is still used by people who like to keep conversations within a very narrow range and basically ignore anything else. I think it's what people like tend to identify as gaslighting. But yeah. Kind of know when you see it. Not a particularly effective technique of persuasion. I have been thinking about what Doooovid mentioned with the publishing a paper. I'm still quite unsure as to whether the risk reward profile really justifies such an action. So I'm not saying no, I'm just thinking, given the complexity of potentially going on this Jaimungal show later on this year, as I was technically on a list of people he was going to be talking to theoretically this year, I think that should just be what I focus on mostly. is not fumbling that. Because to me, the most important thing is the quantum periodic table. Like, I don't understand how that's not the thing that, the main thing that would be a draw for people. He prefers, or the thing that he was linking to was actually my derivation of, I guess, the time bubbles. We can call it that. It's how you can have effective temporal lensing within a universe subject to conservation of causality. And I realized that I'm talking way too fast and too loud. And that works for certain types of presentations, but for the informal discourses, it's just, and there may be nothing I can do about it. It's just like, maybe that if I can't concede 99.99999% of the other person's perspective, that I'll just be ignored for all time, which is fine. But if that's possible to avoid, it'd be great too. So with that, I'm trying to see if there's anything else I wanted to go over. Oh yeah, I saw this on Reddit. I don't want to say this is my exact argument, but it's very similar to an argument that I made, which is sort of refute. At first glance, if you just sort of say, well, physicalism is metaphysical theory, therefore it self-refutes. That's actually not that strong of an argument, but a lot of times people have never heard it, so they get triggered, and then it seems strong because no one is able to push back on something they never heard about it, or have these tendencies of getting emotional. So I would say that a contradictory thing, or apparently contradictory, if you want to say that, well, if everything is on a spectrum from physical to metaphysical, then anything you can't establish physically has to be metaphysical, and vice versa, and so forth. So any type of a blanket assertion about materiality, because it's always changing, has to itself be outside of materiality, because something always changing wouldn't lend itself to a blanket assertion. Except that one, right? So is that inherently contradictory? Well, it's nowhere inherently contradictory than this assertion, and there's an entire religion built off it, so it's like, it's not a big deal. It's the same as, well, is zero equaling negative zero? It's like, can you actually deal with that type of an argument? And I don't know how many people can, but yeah, hoping there'll be less emotional style of argumentation and less whatever it is Daryl does of it, almost like intentionally missing the point and thinking that you, condescending asshole who knows fuck all, gets to set the terms on what other people are actually experts in, and what that domain of knowledge encompasses. It's like it's a bit weird, but hey, people want to keep heptupling down on bad karma. I wish they wouldn't, but I can't control that. Very interesting that scientists found 60 in ultra black fish that absorb 99.9% of light. And I just thought this was so cool. I was so into this. Anyway, should probably take a break from my incredibly boring Yak Fest and talk about your new Mac Fest, Doooovid. Welcome to the club. Now you get to look down on people from the advantage of having a Mac. How's it feel?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I might buy another PC also. My Dell still has some issues, so it's good. Definitely the sound quality is good. It doesn't have problems overheating. It's super fast. No waiting, almost no waiting or loading. So thank God business is good. I might keep on investing in more equipment. I'm not sure about the streaming also, like if I'm going to continue doing some more of my own streams. So I got to figure out how to do screen share. I got to change a setting just to do a screen share from my own computer. So when I first tried to do a screen share,
Are you talking about on StreamYards?
yeah,
Oh, is it giving you trouble with the Mac? Yeah, I know there's some type of an audio issue. I'm not sure that it's been resolved. Is that what you're talking about? Hello?
yes, I'm looking right now, like trying to do. Uh, I'm not sure why. Like when I try to share the screen, it says I need like screen recording. Allow the apps below uh, to record the contents of your screen even while using other apps, and it. Let's see if I could do it right now. So, should I quit and reopen and see if it works? You want to talk a minute?
What are you trying to do? Because I mean, I could just switch. Like, are you trying to
Just
join
change the
again?
setting. So I'll be back in a second. So just talk a minute. I'm going to quit and reopen so it changes the setting to see if I could do screen share.
Oh, I'm surprised you can't do screen share. Hello, audience. You know what Macs have that's great is text to speech. You throw that down and you get the most hilarious text to speech. Maybe that's just me with the combiner of, what do you call it? A comicality of the British accent. It looks like it's working. Shall I hand it over to you, Doowovid?
Okay, so
Recursion!
I was able to change that setting. So that now I could do a screen share. I could stream from my MacBook. Uh, and I still have a lot of like my Discord and other things I didn't set up on this. So I had to think about what I'm going to do with it. So just because I use my computer for my business also, and I'm all day on media. The main thing is my Dell started overheating, and that overheating was causing it to have problems, and so just playing the media on the MacBook will relieve that from my Dell, so I could continue using that for my business. Um, the Dell is still bigger. Like even though I have the Mac Pro 16-inch, my Dell I think is a 19-inch, and it has a bigger keyboard with a number pad. So for using eBay, it's still easier to do on my other computer. In fact, I thought it was going to. I don't have any USB ports on this. I got to see the what and I don't know if I need any for it, but you have to look in like what am I going to do? So just relieving the pressure off my Dell so it stopped overheating is the main thing. So I'll see what's going to happen. I didn't play it comes with chess on it. I didn't play the chess, but yeah, I assume that it's likely that even the chess program that comes with the MacBook could probably beat me, as the chess computer is so much better. So did you want to talk about your blog this week?
Well, I would love to. I will screen share it. I saw you love reacted it. What did you think? Did you have any thoughts? No pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're coming on to like thank God from streaming with Ben Watkins, the continuity problem. We didn't mention that. How do we separate personality from memory? So I saw with Ashish Dalala, who Ashish Dalia Dalala, that is similar to Chabad the Rebbe approach on Kabbalistically, that personality largely consists of initial conditions that are determinative in what we like and dislike, that a personality is largely of our natural inclination to like or dislike things. Um, and so it's complete. It has nothing to do with memory, and so personality would be the same, even different incarnations, that a person would have the same likes and dislikes, and that's
It
not
wouldn't stand to reason that the personality would be identical life on life, because you wouldn't have identical parents. To make an argument that way.
well, if it's saying that there's the continuity problem that doesn't necessarily have to, like, how are we the same person that we were before? And then there's the question of memory, and like the chunking theory, some extreme theories of chunking theory basically use memory to explain all mental processes, that all mental processes uh, in the brain, mostly from a materialistic explanation, are um, mechanisms of the memory. So if it's a spiritual, like somewhat Vedic or Kabbalistic understanding that the main essence of the personality are these natural inclinations to like or dislike various things, that's completely independent of memory. That's like a setting that when we experience the realm and there's maybe decision making process isn't even the right terminology, but I'll use it anyways, to to observe the world, to interact with the world, and to like or dislike, that there's the natural element of the personality that causes someone to like or dislike things that has nothing to do with memory. I don't like or dislike things because I remembered from previous experience. That's some deeper function, but that's hypothetical uh, interpretation of personality. And so the continuity problem of how am I the same person that I was before, uh, if you're looking at memory and chunking theory from I think Arville, he mentioned like integrated information theory, although I think he misused it because I think he said he was a panpsychist. But like from integrated information theory, materialistic understanding, that chunks are made, and then the brain operates in the way that the chunks have been made, and you could go through a circuiting process of making new chunks. But the reason we operate in the way we operate is because the chunks have already been made, and we operate in chunks that when we filter information from the world, we filter them through uh, chunks, not new bits of information. And the chunks are based on previous sense perception and thought or whatever causes the chunks to be chunked in that way. So the element of the personality is determinative because the chunks are already there, and there could be a process of changing the chunks or adding new chunks, creating new chunks. But the continuity problem from the that chunking theory would just be, well, there's not really continuity, there's just chunks. And so the person is the same because the 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 chunks are there, and information is filtered and decisions are made through pre-existing chunks. And so a Vedic model might conflict with chunking theory in terms of the ultimate element of the personality, like likes and dislikes. Are they from chunks, or is there a different process that like likes and dislikes or proclivities, uh, archetypes of the personality aren't chunks, that they're there might be a more primal, even binary level that isn't applicable to chunking. So it's interesting to think about the role of memory. As I said, that some of the extreme materialists in theory basically say everything is memory, and even in computers, you have RAM and RAM, and basically processing. You could interpret computer science that basically all computer processing is actually a form of memory, also, depending on how you understand computer science.
Well, that's
So
the main bifurcation in the basic understanding is RAM and ROM, is it not? Random access memory and read-only memory. I mean, those are both types of memory. And one is more
yeah,
active and one is more of a storage sort of thing.
Yeah, and then the circuitry are like chunks. So even if you have logic circuits, or you have like transistors and billions of them on a circuit, that those are basically like chunks. They're predeterminative processes that are kind of like a memory. So if you have circuit logic, it's basically a form of memory that has been embedded on the chip, and and it's like an embedded chunk that could be looked at as a memory. So it's not really like a process or a calculation. It's a memory chunk that performs the process or calculation because it's already been chunked onto the transistor, or however and there might be disputes within computer science if I don't think most computer science would consider everything to be a form of memory, although you could interpret it that way. And so how do you look at the continuity problem? How do you look at the question of personality? Is personality separate from memory? And God forbid, like the Phineas Gage, and like brain lesions, but the Phineas Gage who had that horrible accident, and elements of his personality, so to say, changed. uh, Versus to say that there's certain elements, like maybe he was more prone to anger or something, but was that really an element of his personality? If Phineas Gage had this horrible accident, and then he becomes more prone to anger, does that mean his personality changed, or is the essential personality still the same? And being more prone to anger isn't really an accurate description of his personality. So these are complicated issues. So it's good you addressed it in your blog, at least to put some of the questions out there. Um, you might have been better to phrase it in the classical philosophical, question of the continuity, that I learned from Ben Watkins, and I think chunking theory is probably the most informative insight on, to really give answers on this.
Let's see if we can point to any time where chunking theory has been a success. To me, it's very vague. There's a truth to it, but it's very vague. Oh boy.
Well, it's more hypothetical because obviously you're looking at going from the micro to the macro, and
not really. It's all macro. I mean, a personality is of the order of a body, just practically speaking. There's no reason to understand it as anything other than that, because it's physically constrained. The energy is physically constrained.
Yeah, I mean, from the materialistic integrated information theory, it has to arise from the micro.
So whoever's idea that was, like, what do you want me to say to that?
Well, it's like the quantum periodic table. Like the macro arises from the micro, and
the periodic table is non-local, so you can argue that it's small, but it's technically sizeless. So yeah, I mean, I suppose you could look at it that way, but then you're looking at a bottom-up primitive that is highly complex, which is counterintuitive to the bottom being simple. Not that that's a huge issue, but I just want to mention it.
Yeah, the method to get from the micro to the macro is chunking. And these things,
what does that even mean, right? Like, to me, getting from the, we've already figured out in some sense how to do that. It's called a microscope. That's from this scale to the micro. We can go through several scales, and then the limit of that is what we call the electron scanning tunneling microscope.
Yeah, so chunking theory arises, Chase and Simon, 1973 studies on chess, the earlier studies on short-term memory, and because psychometrically expertise is a macro event, that expert chess performance is a macro event because the expert simply makes one move at a time. And so the process in the expert's mind, and even like if it's God forbid, you were talking earlier, conflict, or like the science of conflict, could be expertise in any form, but basically expertise happens on the macro level. And so you want to understand how this phenomenon on the macro level is produced. It's produced from phenomenon that occur on the micro level, and that's the value of chunking, is breaking it down into concrete pieces. And so like I mentioned last week with memes and said a few times, like the cones and rods in the eye. The eye has over 100 million photon receptors, and so our sense perception is based on over 100 million uh, photons at any instant. And so, period of time, like every instant, I'm receiving over 100 million photons. And, so that on a macro phenomenon where I have an experience of there's a me in my environment, that's a macro level. There's only one me in my environment, but my sense perception that's determinative of how I understand the me and the environment is made up of over 100 million pieces of sense perception every instant, and let alone hearing and smell or touch, the other perceptions. Although like the amount of receptors in the eye is much higher than other forms of uh, sense perception. But you need this chunking process, and I said like the chess player that like psychometrically, all you observe is the chess master making one move. But in the person's head, uh, there was a lot of processes that went through and a lot of calculations. Just like even the computer, if the computer gives one output, what the computer processed to give that output, and that's the necessity of chunking theory to get you from the micro to the macro. And the explanation specifically that chunking theory arises out of expertise. What's the difference between the expert and the beginner? And it's chunking, that it's not just like, oh, the expert did the right thing and the beginner did the wrong thing, that the expert had countless chunks of prerequisite information that led them to do the right thing, as where the beginner did not have so many chunks, and hence did not make made a poor decision, poor performance. And that could be independent of personality.
Unless this chunking construct readily generates apt, I don't want to say metaphors because it's a bit of a high bar, but something. What does it actually clarify about the processes that it describes?
It clarifies the micro level of information and processes that lead to expertise. And it's also useful in computer science, and saying that in the observable phenomenon, you have one person that makes a good good choice or a good performance or bad performance, but inside the mind, the black box of the mind, because you can't observe the mind, but the hypothesis, the observed
Yes,
experimental
you can.
data is that the mind has multiple processes. I mean, it's almost obvious that even though
There's actually no reason you can't observe the mind as it is. It may not be intelligible. You may not be able to not observe the mind. That may be why it may be unintelligible.
Well, I mean, you could observe your own mind, but you can't observe someone else's mind. You can
why not exactly?
Well, from a metaphysical spirit, like a dualist level, you can, because say my mind is non-physical, spiritual, and it's possible that you do spiritually observe other people's minds. So I would agree with that you can observe minds, but it's not a physical observation. And so you could physically observe the output of mind. You can't physically observe mind. Spiritually, you may be able to observe mind, but
no, you can observe mind and self and consciousness and all those things. Why wouldn't you be able to?
Well, because the hard problem of consciousness, you can only observe the output of mind.
The hard problem with consciousness has to do with what we can put out in some type of a symbolic representation, aka a book or perhaps a logical system of some sort, like a computer. That's not the same of what can be observed. What can be observed is what are we capable of observing? And the answer is, in theory, there's nothing we couldn't observe except infinite processing. That would be a limit of our finite processing.
Well, I went over this countless times, and we paid attention to all these links and stuff I've been sharing for years about the neural correlates of consciousness. You have psychometric data, which is the output of mind, what the human does in totality, like voice, words, the output, typing into a screen, physical actions that are presumably the output of mind, and then you have the neural correlates of consciousness, where you could do MRI or different data measurements, but there is no direct process to observe the mind.
Sure, only a mind can observe a mind, right?
That's unclear either. That's hypothetical. Like if you're giving a dualistic understanding and say like, no, that I have a mind, you have a mind, but unless you have some sort of dualistic understanding where our minds are existing in some sort of separate realm where they could observe each other, presumably, no, my mind can't observe your mind, your mind can't observe my mind. Our minds could only literally observe the output of the other person's mind. So I don't know what you're thinking. I could maybe hypothesize or guess what you're thinking.
Of course you don't.
But I know the output of your mind, what you say, what you do, what I observe you say or do. I mean, these are kind of like fundamental prerequisites that of just theory of mind. So if you have an alternative hypothesis of a dualistic understanding of mind, and they say, yes, you can observe mind because the mind is a non-physical spiritual phenomenon and has some sort of sixth sense that has a method of observation that isn't physical, that you could create a hypothesis like that, but that's not so to say a scientific hypothesis.
Yes, you're into the domain of what does it take for an hypothesis to meet a standard that can be described as scientific. Welcome to the program, Titan. Nice to see you, as always. So, yeah, the point of what I briefly went into there, which I always am at a bit of a, I'm always like, should I do this or not? But basically, seems like it's a good time to put this particular tidbit out, that the mind would be the most complex construct. Not necessarily every mind is more complicated than every thought, because that's not true. Mind is fundamentally
chunking.
What?
Construct implies chunking.
That's right. Chunking, as in subdivision into particular sets.
What construct of from the micro to the macro?
Well, again, that's your definition. I don't define it that way. Like, we don't define those notions. To go from the micro to the macro is not a defined thing.
Who's we?
People who do what I do in terms of reasoning. People who reason along a particular rubric of reasoning.
You meant I, but you said we. Or if you're saying we, like who is the
when
other
I
person?
say, I'm sorry to speak that way. When I say we, I'm referring to it in a scholastic sense. When I say I, it's about me. When I say we, it's about the scholastic precedent that anybody who agreed with me on a basic scholastic paradigm would have to also agree with all my interpretations. That's why I say we. It's a challenge for somebody who sees themselves as in my same domain of understanding but disagreeing with me to come on up and say, like, hey, I challenge you to a debate. I know I said I didn't like competition earlier, but Obviously, if there's a chance for knowledge to be improved through debate, that's the type of competition that I think everyone should be striving towards. Fundamentally, what I wanted to get across in this particular piece was that, yeah, mind is the ordering principle between thoughts. Did that get across, Doowovid? In any way? So in a computer type model, the thoughts would be the files, and the mind would be the metadata of the files, but also the random access memory that goes in and gets the files.
Yeah, it's kind of like was then like Charles, a consistent, coherent worldview, and maybe you're hold up publishing. Like, okay, you have nuggets of wisdom and pieces of understanding, but if you had a consistent, coherent idea, it would probably be easy to write and publish. And the reason why you have difficulty writing and publish is because you don't have like a well thought out, consistent, coherent idea. So you have nice bits of wisdom here or there, good thoughts, but not like a whole picture understanding. And if you did, then it would be relatively easy to put it to writing and to publish it. So like, yeah, I understand large amounts of what you're saying, but like, no, I'm not sure. Like, do you actually have some sort of whole picture that you're drawing, or are you just sharing like a bunch of interesting insights?
Where do you think insights come from?
Well, insights just it's really just a chunk, an understanding of two pieces of information into something greater that wasn't there before. So it's okay, you help me in the chunking process by giving an insight into how pieces of information fit together, but you didn't give me a whole template.
All right, so someone in the chat said the subconscious is like a or yeah, moral outrage prophet said, I appreciate what you said, Doowovid. I just don't really know how to respond to it right now, but thank you for saying it. And to the question is, subconscious is like a library you can't walk around in. Yeah, from a beginner's perspective, it's very prudent to presume you have limited access to your subconscious and even your conscious reasoning. Because, yeah, I have a diagram for this that I thought was really helpful, but definitely like incredible levels of distortion in the lower orbs of thinking, in a sense. All right, let's just come back to where were we exactly here?
Just from the chat, just the off of Wikipedia, the one line definition of chunking. Chunking is a process which individual pieces of information of an information set are broken down and then grouped together in a meaningful whole. So that's it process in which individual pieces of an information set are broken down and then grouped together in a meaningful whole. And if people followed my YouTube series on chunking, there's recent developments in chunking theory, which is template theory, which is chunking as a process, and then a larger process of templates that in the mind you have templates that hold pieces of information in pre-chunked structures. That so chunking is the basic theory, and then decades later, the development of chunking theory and modern theories has led to template theory.
So things are chunked into templates type thing?
Yeah, so higher levels of wisdom and understanding have templates that could handle new pieces of information that you could have, like on a pure chunking of like spatial perception, where you could have like a template of a bookshelf or some sort of physical structure, and then that's a template for names that or like a classroom or a group that that a larger group is like a template, and then new piece of information, multiple pieces of information could be included into a template. So like a chunking, just where am I going to put this piece of information, and how do I group together units of information together? So a template is a prearranged grouping that allows multiple new pieces of information to be basically instantaneously categorized.
Cool. So I'm basically saying that the optimal template is the mind-thought duality. Unless we're going to count Advaita as a template, which I would take issue with. Assuming I do basic dualism.
What a template is, you could look at it as a process, but it's a created structure. So like
it's a chunker. To me, fundamentally, it's something that subdivides something that is non-dual into components.
Week in review is like, it's like a template. Like, okay, there's the opening, and then Doooovid does a screen share of some news items, then like a chant, and then Jennifer does her week in review, and then sometimes there's guests that people watched a few times. They have a template. So if you're watching the first time, you go through the chunking process. But if you watched multiple times, then you already have a template in your head that the basic your process. So if you're first time tuning in, it's like, what's going on? Like, Doovid's doing all these screen shares, then he's doing a chant. And then if you've been a viewer for like a year now, you might have a template, and then that template, the structure of week in review, and then that might also come to like the chant in the beginning, and to fit that into a template. So of like the over 140 chants that Doovid has done or talks about, that fits into a working structure, and then you get multiple pieces of information, and all things work into templates. If it's like the method of Loki, you have a template of the geometry of your house, that when I go into my house, I don't have to go through a new chunking process to determine the geometry of my house, because I already have a template in my mind of the geometry of my house that doesn't require anything to chunk together that template. And then within that, it's like, honey, I'm home, or like, how was your day, immediately, without using the chunking process to reform the geometric structure of the place that you're in, or the simple level of how you'd understand the chunking process and the template process. And the template process is the result of previous chunking processes, and allows for like a multitasking.
You mean, you really think that's possible to multitask?
It depends how you understand multitask, but like a template, mean to say that when you walk into your house, and your husband says, like, how are you? Where'd you go? How were things? And at the same time, your mind is recognizing the geometric structure of the place where you're in, or if you trip over something because someone put something that you didn't expect to be there, that's a multitask. You're like walking and talking at the same time. But you say it's not really a multitask; it's a template, saying I didn't multitask because I was.
I think you could argue it's parallel processing. Whether that rises to multitasking, I think that has a certain colloquial understanding that it is almost like what secretaries seem to do, this sort of really quick switching. But yeah, I think I'd phrase that as parallel processing if you're talking about something like walking and chewing, for example.
Well, I mean, sense perception, obviously multitasking happens. Like I said, we have 100 million photon receptors. So if I go outside and observe things I've never observed before, or if I go into a room and see 100 people, that my mind multitasks and takes in the 100 million like photon receptions at the same time, and processes it. So if you're talking like the larger mind, kind of like is it Hegel or Hume, the stage of the mind, the theater of the mind, where there's only one thing on stage at a time. But in terms of like the mind, in terms of processing sense perception, obviously we constantly multitasking because sense perception is so large.
Okay, so I'll take it you don't agree with my linguistic bifurcation choice.
I mean, you're really going to say that? I mean, instantaneously, like your eye right now is taking in 100 million photons. So you say like there's a time delay in terms of the shape, or like you're in your room.
What I'm saying is I experience one thought.
Yeah, that's like the stage of the mind. You experience one thought at a time. There's one voice in your head at a time.
No, I experience one thought.
Yeah, but that's the chunk. If you have one picture in your mind, so in my mind right now, there's the picture of my 3D surrounding.
It's not one picture in my mind, it's one thought.
You're saying that in your head right now, you have a picture of the environment that you're currently residing in. So you're saying that's one thought.
No.
You're saying you don't have in your
my
mind
sense perceptions are about 2 to 3% of my total experience.
But it means by definition multitasking. Your sense perception is.
I would describe it as parallel processing because it's ultimately only one thing.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're just playing around with words because you want to use it for.
I don't want to play around with words. I want to use it for blah blah. I'm trying to get your chunking thing to make sense. This is how the chunking thing will make sense. Is if you start with an undivided signal and then understand that on some level biology is chunking it out into some type of unified construct, or I guess hologram is the correct term for it, which is then itself subject to some type of physical laws, but also has its own internal logic, which is our word forms that we have access to. So anyway, the main thing with what I wrote was, let's see here. This is sort of one of my older diagrams when I wasn't really going too much into anything other than a sphere. I just really wanted to make the point about the three-dimensional geodesic being important. And just sort of realizing that if somebody can't accept that, then it's just not going to be a reasonable discussion. So sort of pointless to engage in. It's not like it's unreasonable. It's an object that can be explained, reasoned, justified, take your pick, to meet certain properties. And whether those properties are valid as a set, the identity associated with that set of properties, that's a matter of personal opinion, sure. But to try to undermine the basis of knowledge, well, that is going against the whole point of it, which is to learn things. So the ultimate sort of thing I want to get across is that there's a finite infinity, in some sense, of concepts, in the sense that a dictionary has approximately the same amount of words in a more abstract sense, but a more permanent sense at the same time. There's a certain number of ideas that exist and are subject to what they call dependent arising. So it's a bit like reflection of something in a mirror. Well, what is it? Oh, it's a reflection in a mirror. Well, what is it? And you get to this problem in math where you basically stop at a graph, pretty much like X and Y, and there's a heavy presuppositionalism that you can just instantiate axes more or less to your liking. Except that the way that we see it is that each instantiation of some type of binding field, or what is equivalent mechanically to a binding field, has a heavy energetic cost. And through a number of mechanisms, it can be demonstrated that Mother Nature minimizes, you could argue, all types of energetic costs, but certainly one type. So back to this notion of language and concepts, is that this is a hard one to kind of understand why it has to be that way. A certain level of arbitrariness to words, that these definitions exist relationally to the English language. They don't then generalize to now go back to the language from whence they originate to then alter that. No, these are meant to be just like the best that I could do in getting across this notion that, well, there's a personal self and an impersonal self, and the thing connecting them is an ordering principle. And then you have mind, which is in some sense a counter perspective to self. Like that sort of gotcha question about, well, is it moral because God said it's to do it, or did God say do it because it's moral? Like that sort of like, if that was a legitimate thing, which I don't really think it's posed in a way that it can be resolved, but like sort of a question of, are there meaningful multiple perspectives in a fundamentally non-dual universe? Is there such a thing as a bi-perspectivism? And I would say, yes, there's a self perspective, which is what we're familiar with from being alive, which has a singular axis, hashtag subject to change there. More or less experience of a unified consciousness, single personality, if you will. This is an attribute of self, which then is compared to mind, which is this hypothetical, quote, objective perspective, which we acknowledge within the formalism isn't possible, because knowledge is a thing that is sort of presupposing a differential in the first place, because knowledge implies ignorance, right? Which implies some type of dependence relation, which implies it's not fundamental. Okay, so we still want to be able to access as much in the fundamental level with, like, before going to the higher levels of abstraction, which necessarily, as the more things you impose on your system, the more conditions you impose on your system, the more specific your conclusions are. Sometimes it's good to have non-specific conclusions, sometimes it's good to have specific conclusions. That's where the art comes in. But just knowing the basic principles are super important. So self is the one we have access to. In our immediate experience, mind is something we can learn to perceive and learn to understand the subtle dispositional difference between mind and self. But for starters, it's just this hypothetical objective perspective that would exist between selves. And understanding that that's a different perspective on self, but it's not self, it's mind. And then consciousness being another thing that is happening in relation to, let's pull up this other diagram here. And just remember which one it is. Here we go. We have consciousness as a sort of animating principle that would be, everything in this would be conscious. Self is conscious, mind is conscious, that's all conscious. And the manner in which these systems evolve is consciousness at all times. So yeah, I've got a diagram of 4 levels that I could see as like distinct processing types. And so it pays to be able to understand them. I don't want to say on their own terms, because I don't know that that's possible, but let's just sort of bring it back to outcome facing, black box ontology, outcome facing all the time. So I've got, 4 stages and then 3 sort of transitions between stages. I thought that was really helpful. Daryl says recent studies have shown that multitasking is not really a thing. Like, honestly, you're going to be able to establish that multitasking is a thing depending on how you define it. But truly meaningful parallel processing Whether that's possible, it would appear to be possible in a very limited number of cases. Certainly not just presuming that it's not reasonable to presume people have access to that. Do you agree with that, Doovid? Are you listening or not really? Are you reading the diagram or are you there, Doovid? Not sure if I lost Doovid or if he's just frozen in time there.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I say you were kind of rambling, so I wasn't sure which point you meant.
Nah, it's fine. It was sort of a work in progress. I guess I just want to really relate self, mind, and consciousness so that it could be a jumping off point between the personal and the impersonal self. Because the whole idea that the self is all that can be known to exist, well, that's an ordering principle that transcends an individual subjectivity. So it's only true in that sense, not true in the perceptive, brain in a jar sense. Although it was pointed out to me today that if you make the definition of a jar sufficiently vague, then brain in a jar is true for the brain, the people who think that the consciousness is emergent from the brain. So what did you think? Did you watch the Eastern Philosophy Detroiter video by any chance?
Was that the one of the emptiness?
Yeah. That was really hard to follow, wasn't it? I had to rewatch it a couple times. Yikes.
I'm not sure. I mean, I've read quite a bit about Buddhism, so I'm not sure why you found that so complicated. Although like, I didn't study the video. I did watch the whole thing in 2-speed.
Well, I could read you a quote that I find hard to comprehend. And you could tell me if you understand it. Like this notion that our use of language lends itself to a substance ontology. What the hell does that mean? Like, is it just like, I don't know. I did a bird cloud of my notes on it.
Just looking at Wikipedia, substance theory or substance attribute theory is ontological theory positing that objects are constituted each by a substance and properties born by the substance, but distinct from it. In this role, substance can be referred to as a substratum of the thing itself. So what do you say, that speech leads to a substance ontology? I mean, if it's I'm
specifically
not sure.
The subject predicate structure of language, I think. It was extremely hard to follow, so I'm looking to you to some extent for clarity. If you understood this better than me, you're like, I know a lot about Buddhism. I'm like, okay, well then tell me what.
Well, I'm not an expert in Buddhism. I wasn't like taking notes. I just listened to the stream, but it didn't seem like I don't remember thinking it was like super complicated or anything. But yeah, I mean, it's a good conversation. It was maybe a lot of technical philosophical terms. So I recommend you to, or even on the show to study and become familiar with the technical jargon.
Well, it doesn't seem like you really understood what she said either.
Well, I wasn't taking notes. It was already like a week and a half ago I listened to it. Or was it last week you shared it? I listened to it probably the next day. So it's already been a week ago, and like I was probably doing something at the same time. I mean, you see the. I mean, if you just like a substance theory on Buddhism, Svabhava Buddhism rejects the concept of substance. Complex structures are comprehended as an aggregate of components without any essence, just as the junction of parts is called cart. So the collection of elements are called things. All formations are unstable and lacking any constant core or self. Physical objects have no metaphysical substrate. Arising entities hang on previous ones conditionally. In the notable teachings on interdependent origination, effects arise not as caused by agents but conditions by former situations. Our senses, perceptions, feelings, wishes, and consciousness are flowing. The view, Sakya Distri, of their permanent carriers rejected as fallacious. The school of Mayamaka, namely Nagarjuna, introduced the idea of the ontological void. The Buddhist metaphysics, Abhidharma, presumes particular forces which determine the origin, persistence, aging, and decay of everything in the world. Vasubandhu added a special force, making a human called a prapti, or because the absence of a substantial soul, the belief in personal immortality loses foundation. Instead of deceased beings, new ones emerge whose fate is destined by karmic law. The Buddha admitted the empirical identity of persons testified by their birth, name, and age. He approved the authorship of deeds and responsibility of performers. This disciplinary practice in the Sangha, including reproaches, confessions, and expiation of transgressions, requires continual personalities as its justification.
Okay, I'll read a quote from her. Everything's empty. If we don't presuppose or reify a language system, then we can use language freely. Many who study philosophy of language, in particular, are inclined to believe that the subject is a substance. We have no idea of substance as a thing that persists over time, and this substance is not, we have the idea of substance as a thing that persists over time, and this substance is not changing over time.
Yeah, the metaphysics.
Any of that make sense to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's sensical.
All right, why don't you explain an example of it then?
Well, it's a complicated metaphysics, but what I read there, that things are only exist in relationship to other things. That, the emptiness, the true essence is nothing. It isn't there, but their existence is predicated by relationships to each other.
But that's not what the quote said. The quote said that if you don't presuppose or reify language, then you can use it freely. And I'm saying that doesn't make sense. And people are saying what I'm saying doesn't make sense. And this is getting said, and no one's pushing back on it. And it's a touch irritating. Let's go on to the next quote. So the properties it owns are changing over time, but the substance itself is something that exists over and above the properties, is a thing that has a permanent existence and is unchangeable over time. Any thoughts on that?
Say it again.
And so the properties it owns are changing over time, but the substance itself owns, yes. OWNS, owns. Yeah. So it's a bit, honestly, extremely hard to follow. Extremely hard to follow. So there you go. Yeah. You keep going. It's just extremely confusing. It's like there's this idea of a lack of independence, dependent arising, and emptiness. And how do we go from emptiness to dependent arising? Where does emptiness imply dependent arising? Doesn't emptiness imply that nothing should be arising?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily an axiomatic system. So if you're looking to build it up like axioms and deductions, that it's more relational system. So maybe you're just trying to process it in
So you're saying a relational system can't be axiomatic? Why not?
Well, I just think that
you can make one of your axioms dependent arising. You can say axiomatically nothing arises independently of anything else. You can axiomatize that. That's basically like a static causality model. You're saying, well, everything's happening at the same time as everything else. Not that time is a thing, but it's a certain imminence to it.
Axioms are paradoxical, and so they exist in relationship to each other because you don't really have an axiom, you have paradoxes, and so their understanding is in relationship to each other, not built off of each other.
Yeah, it might be worth going into the actual difference between those two. It may not be so clear. So there, just to go on here, this is my summary of what this person said. So there's a tendency for the use of language to ontology. Our use of language induces us to have substance ontology of reality. To understand the world as having unchanging substances over time, and the existence of the unchanging substances is independent of other things. What does that mean exactly? Because when I hear substance ontology, that doesn't actually, I don't, like, what is meant by substance here? Very unclear.
But did you take notes from what are you reading? You took notes from that conversation?
Well, I wanted to make sense of it, sure, yeah. Did you find it was a bit hard to understand? She had a bit of an accent.
No, honestly, I remember listening. I didn't think it was necessarily like super hard to understand. I mean, like these quotes maybe are you know, if you want to call them like platitudes, because they're kind of like religious esotericisms, you know, platitudes of some sort. That so if you want to like.
They're philosophical assertions. They're not religious platitudes. I don't know why you would label them as such. Don't seem to have any bearing on religion. And next, an example of a computer was given as not actually being a permanent identity. And that permanent substance was a problem in perception, according to Nagarjuna, who admittedly I don't really know who that is. You familiar with this person? Yeah, I think he's in
I'm just looking at
Buddhism.
150 to 250 CE, Indian Mahayana Buddhist thinker, scholar, saint, and philosopher, widely considered to be the most important Buddhist philosopher, the founder of the Mayamaka school of Buddhist philosophy, and defender of the Mahayana movement.
So I guess you're not particularly interested by the koans of Buddhism?
No, they're interesting to me. Like I didn't. When I listened to the lecture, I didn't necessarily put that much thought. I was probably doing something else at the same time. So, I mean, Buddhism's interesting, but it's not something I've seriously studied. I mean, these concepts of non-self, dependent originization.
Well, it's the basic idea of not archetypes, but what did you call it? Templates?
Yeah, and there's like relational paradoxes.
Well, the idea is that like we tend to think in templates, and the constituents of the templates are chunks.
Why don't we think in templates? I mean, templates are the mediators of thought.
I think you could imagine a thought as something that came out or was sieved through a template.
Yeah, the templates are pre-existent, and so when you're thinking on previously determined templates, from chunks of. So if you haven't, like you haven't studied much Buddhism, the concepts are new. You don't have a template to work off of, and you have to form new chunks. And if conceptually, 'cause if you're looking at relational paradoxes without clear axiomatic definitions, you have to process the information in a new way, create new templates. And then especially if these are inconsistent or even contradictory to your current chunks, then you need like multiple truth hypothesis, where you'll have a difficult time with templates because the template that you're using, these things would register as a contradiction.
No, the idea is that the dependence relation arises between the constituency of the template. So there's a dependence relation between the 5 primordial elements. Then there's an anti-dependence relation between the doshas. Hey, memes, nice to see you. Welcome. I think I don't know. I don't think I understand it yet, but I could potentially understand aspects of it, maybe, hopefully.
Well, you work at it, you study it, and if it's interesting to you, you probably understand it. But I mean, so I guess know if it's good if it's new and worthy of thought and study.
I don't know if it's new. I mean, maybe this particular presentation of it is. Like, to me, the emptiness doctrine and dependence relation arising almost seems contradictory, because there's a dependence relation between the elements. So by saying emptiness, you're basically saying, well, there's only one element. And it's like, okay. Like, trivializing the remaining 4 elements is a bit odd and hasn't really been established as to why that would be better than using the 5 elements. So that's where I'm a bit lost. But still, I find the contributions interesting because of the arguments. Like, I honestly just love studying argument structures, and this one is exceedingly complicated in terms of an argument. It took me quite a while to just or feel like I was starting to get a grip on what she was saying. But it just seemed like for you, you'd sort of heard it all before, maybe, and it wasn't all that shocking.
Yeah, I don't remember it being shocking or anything like that. I mean, it was but I was doing something else at the same time. Like I didn't put deep thought into it. But yeah, I've heard these things before, and I've studied Buddhism. I've taken a few courses on it online, and have numerous books I've read on it before, and I have more books in my queue that have been sitting there for a long time that I haven't gotten to on it. But I've never seriously studied Buddhism.
Well, I've been using it as a starting point for going into some discourses, but if it's not of interest, we can go ahead to the Hassenfelder combo, and I can just save that for the 0 people who are interested in hearing what. But yeah, I've got a couple of notes for points of interest.
Yeah, I watched that. I mean, I don't know if I had any comment on that. It was I don't know if it was hard to follow, or it was like argumentative, or it was hard to so I definitely listened to it, and like I'm not sure if I gained anything out of it. And like you didn't read the papers, and there's kind of like arguing against each other, and so I'm not sure.
I thought it was good that they were combative. You thought it was not good. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't put like a good or bad, like judge it in that way. You're saying whether I learned something or didn't, so I'm not sure I learned anything from it. I'm not necessarily going to say it's bad because I didn't learn anything from it. Just I didn't, kind of like went in one ear and out, so I didn't have any comment on it. Although you might listen to it, I think actually just today I listened to it.
I just thought it was so interesting to see them approaching the same problem from such different perspectives. And then she was getting like upset. I used to find her really annoying. And I was like, because she just seemed uptight maybe. In the sort of self-limiting way, but then I think on that I saw a different side of her where it was just like this more cute, idealistic, wanting to get the right answer type of, I don't want to say naive, but sort of, I don't know. I love science type thing.
Yeah, I've shared her stuff. It's unclear, like, she's kind of like a, like a Neil deGrasse Tyson, where whatever reason she's became popular as a popular explainer of physics. Like, I'm not sure if she has any unique ideas or much about her. Just for whatever reason, she's the one of the people out there as a popular explainer of physics.
She said that she does have her own theory, which is that there's degrees of freedom in the measurement device, which are the local hidden variables. I might be phrasing that slightly wrong. So she's on the right track in the thermodynamic phrasing sense, specifically in the degrees of freedom sense, because you could formulate the measurement limit as saying pre-observability has a, quote, degrees of freedom. Observation then reduces the number of degrees of freedom, and it does get a bit complicated because something is technically capable of self-reducing. And you have to ask, well, under what conditions can it do that? Well, what causes dimensional self-reduction? Well, what makes water go from liquid to solid? What makes gas go from that phase to a liquid phase? A shift in state variables, what it's called. So this is sort of building up that scientific intuition to what it actually is, which is sensing and then predicting based on accurate interpretations of sensations. Yeah, you're having a hard time concentrating. That's the whole point of doing consciousness training, so that you can remain calm when other people are panicking. So at 11:30, she said she'd be able to predict the outcome in advance of the measurement, the uncertainty principle. Oh yeah, Kastrup said that physics should have advanced enough to be able to predict experiments in advance of measurement. And that would appear to contradict the uncertainty principle. Or is that just me? Because, to me, it's pretty incontrovertible that the uncertainty principle is a hard limit on determinism. That if you want to have a determinism, it has to somehow include the intrinsic deformation of the expected path. The expected path can be easily explained in the absence as simply the shortest distance. Well, it's energy, it's got to move. It's as lazy as possible. Okay, let's go to the shortest distance. Oh, well, now we've got a slit that's making it go in a hugely deviated direction. Is there music coming through your computer, dude?
Yeah, we're just putting something up. So I shared this before. The Essentia Foundation had a seven-part series by Kastrup on analytical idealism course with the Bernard Kastrup, the incoherence of ordinary intuition, the incoherence of mainstream physicalism, the incoherence of constructive panpsychism, analytical idealism, superior hypothesis, empirical evidence. So I watched this and shared these Kastrup lectures before. Hassenfeld, I've watched a few hours of her stuff, so they're mostly kind of generic, where she seemed to be explaining general science ideas that I just kind of like, whatever reason, she was kind of picked as a purveyor of popular science. It's hard to follow the. He just put a table of contents, but if he didn't quarterback the conversation, that well, so it's hopping all over the place. I mean, if we're talking like, what is super determinism?
Well, to be honest, it was almost sounding like local hidden variables might be too broad, maybe inferring too broad a conclusion from too specific an experiment.
So, I mean, just the quick internet, superdeterminism is a loophole in Bell's theorem by postulating that all systems being measured are correlated with the choices of which measurement to make on them. The assumption of the theorems are no longer fulfilled. So Bell's theorem assumes that the measurements performed at each detector can be chosen independently of each other and the hidden variables that determine the measurement outcome. This relation is often referred to as the measurement independence or statistical independence. In superdeterministic theory, this relationship is not fulfilled. The hidden variables are not necessarily correlated with the measurement setting.
What are you reading off of?
Just Wikipedia. I put it in the chat.
Oh, sorry. Substance. Can you just tell me the name of the Wikipedia page?
That was the superdeterminism.
Oh, superdeterminism. Yeah. So it may be, there's this issue, right, with something being so vague as to be unfalsifiable and not necessarily meaningless. Just when that's the case, it's easy to infer things that aren't really there. Like a vagary, its strength is its weakness. It's harder to falsify, or maybe even impossible to falsify under certain reasonable axioms, but the degree of predictions you can make from it in its form is limited. You got to interpret it, which requires more presumptions. So where were we here?
We actually made notes on the.
Not too many. Like, I just thought I guess Hassenfelder did way better than Kastrup based on, and it's not usually the case that someone actually stands out in one of these. And it wasn't really a debate. It was billed as a theolocution, I think. I might have butchered that. But anyway, and yeah, I just wanted to say props to Kurt for doing such a good job on that one.
I wasn't so sure because, like, it seemed like yeah, I like learning things, and I had a hard time um, clarification of terms, definitions. So it's just been kind of like argumentative, and would have been more informative if they clearly defined the terms or tried to explain these concepts. And I mean, Kirk tried to keep it on track, but even if he was more like a moderator, where he could have um, clarified positions, where you're just saying that okay, there's uncertainty, and there's schools of thoughts and how to understand it, and Bernardo and Sabina are taking these different approaches. So yeah, maybe it was somewhat interesting, or maybe it was progressive, but I didn't gain too much from it, unfortunately. Like it could have been I'm not sure but I have been. I mean, he's been pumping out a lot of material, especially in physics and uh, consciousness. So I've been watching the most of the content on Kurt Mongol, besides like the UFOs or like Bigfoot stuff.
So Bell's theorem, that's Bell's inequality, I'm guessing, postulating that all systems being measured are correlated with the choices of which measurements to make on them. That's a bit tough to know what that's saying, actually. Is that saying that what you observe depends on how you calibrate a machine? Is that what it's saying? I just want to make sure I'm getting it, because I, rather minimize the misunderstandings.
I mean, Bell's theory is related to the Einstein. I guess it's 1964, and specifically the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox, in which they argue that the description of physical reality provided by quantum mechanics was incomplete. The thought experiment involved a pair of particles prepared in what later authors would refer to an entangled state. Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen pointed out that in this state, and the position of the first particle was measured, the result of measuring the position of the second particle could be predicted. If instead the momentum of the first particle was measured, then the result of measuring the momentum of the second particle could be predicted. They argued that no action taken on the first particle could instantaneously affect the other, since this would involve information being transmitted faster than light, which is forbidden by the theory of relativity. They invoked a principle later known as the EPR criterion of reality, uh, positing that if without in any way disturbing a system, we can predict with certainty the value of a physical quantity, then there exists an element of reality corresponding to that quantity. From this, they inferred that the second particle must have a definite value of position and a momentum prior to either being measured. This contradicted the view associated with Bohr and Heisenberg, according to which quantum particles does not have a definite value of a property like momentum until the measurement takes place. So that's the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. So Bell carried the analysis of quantum entanglement much further. He deduced that if measurements are performed independently on the two separated halves of a pair, then the assumption that the outcomes depend on hidden variables within each half implies a constraint on how outcomes of the two halves are correlated. This constraint will later be named the Bell's inequality. Bell then showed that quantum physics predicts correlations that violate this inequality. Consequently, the only way that hidden variables could explain the prediction of quantum physics is if they violate one of the assumptions of the theorem or are non-local, somehow associated with both halves of a pair, and are able to carry influence instantly between them, no matter how widely the two halves are separated. As Bell wrote later, if a hidden variable theory is local, it will not agree with quantum mechanics, and if it agrees with quantum mechanics, it will not be local. Multiple variations of Bell's theorem were proved in following years, introducing other closely related conditions generally known as Bell inequalities. They've been tested experimentally in physics laboratories many times since 1972. Often these experiments have the goal of ameliorating problems of experimental design or setup that could be principal affect the way of the validity of the findings of earlier Bell tests. So there's the Copenhagen interpretation of Bell's theorem. There's the many worlds interpretation. There's the non-local hidden variables and superdeterminism. So just on the Wikipedia, Bell's theorem, the interpretation. So you have the Copenhagen interpretation, then the many worlds interpretation. So I guess I don't know if Sabina's in the Copenhagen interpretation school. If
I think she's in the metaphysical minimalist school, and I think that's where some of the friction happened was with the metaphysical commitments. There was an allegation of unjustified metaphysical commitments on both sides, and I think the tension came from that. So,
but I mean, but she's within the Copenhagen. I mean,
that term is I don't actually know, but that term is very vague too. To say Copenhagen interpretation, it's sort of like, well, as compared to what?
Is a competitive theory to the Copenhagen interpretation.
Well, the Copenhagen interpretation is quite broad, so for it to be correct or incorrect seems like the wrong framing of the. It would seem that some of it would be correct and some of it might not be. Like, for example, it appears non-local is a synonym of entangled, and this has been lost on most people. I suppose this isn't self-evident. And I see Daryl's tried to answer this quantum mechanical thing. It depends on your decision on what experiment you choose to do. That sounds ridiculous. That's saying, oh, well, the outcome of my experiment depends on how I choose to frame my experiment. That is self-evident. That's tautological. That's vacuous. That's not science at all. That's a description that is so useless that it's like something to trip over. It feels like something someone put on the road that that they wanted you to trip over. I don't think that's what Sabine is saying, frankly. Her only assertion was basically that there's degrees of freedom imposed by the measurement device, which were, I'm not actually sure. I'll just look at where. I've got a quote from 49 Minutes. Observers disagree as to where observation is taking place. So I thought that was very important. And then Kastrup says that different observers could use different facts to describe the same thing. To which she responded that is meaningless without defining an observer. I would contest that because special relativity appears to not particularly define an observer with any great degree of precision, yet still makes predictions. And is observer relational. It has a necessary observer relational arising because you're talking about a reference frame that's moving at a constant velocity and making measurements relative to a static perspective. So I was surprised that she said that was meaningless without defining observer, because science doesn't define observer, but I mean, special relativity at least is observer relative. Okay, which was shocking that she didn't say that, but anyway, maybe that sort of goes to what you were saying about them being pretty confrontational throughout the whole thing. But I mean, I don't want to say that was. I mean, we've seen a lot worse confrontations than that. That's not really confrontational compared to what we've seen, don't you think?
Just argumentative that.
It's not argumentative compared to what we've seen. I mean, they were trying to get along, even if it did sort of break down a couple points. Anyway, I just thought that the relativity of simultaneity, as ill-defined as the observer is in that case, still says something. or at least undermines the notion of absolute simultaneity, which would appear to be something. So she suggested removing observation because of this subjectivizing bias type thing, that it does imply something about consciousness. I don't know if she used those exact words. As she said, use detector and define it as anything large enough to cause a decoherence. So your ability to do that mathematically is only going to, it seems to be only possible if you can define decoherence physically. What are the physical conditions for decoherence? And it's not enough to just say degrees of freedom. You have to constrain those degrees of freedom, answer dimensionally, limited number of dimensions which can be decohered into. And then they started arguing about objective reality not existing, which I thought was really funny. And they both seemed to agree that it was silly to say that objective reality didn't exist. Even though I actually kind of think that within that paradigm, within a physicalist paradigm, objective reality doesn't exist. Oh, and then at 59:25, each accuses the other of being too vague, which I thought was classic. And then Sabine says that Bell's theorem is incredibly vague. I would be curious to know how like precise the local is in local hidden variables. Have to do a little more research on that, I guess. What do you think? Bell's theorem's too vague? Needs to be broken down into some sub-theorems, maybe?
Well, I'm not sure if you're saying there's just a history of it that we understand it in the historical procession of understandings to so it doesn't matter if it's too vague. That's just the historical procession of ideas, and so now the important is entanglement and the inconsistencies in quantum theory to there is a hypothesis. The hypothesis has many working parts, but has inconsistencies, and the nature of using the paradoxes or thought experiments is to understand it, and so to have like a systematic understanding of what's known, what's unknown, what's like I guess like a multiple truth hypothesis of the level of truth discovery on any of these theories, and Bell's theorem. Yeah, I mean it is what it is. It's a thought. I guess the Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen's the thought experiment. So
I mean, also automatically to say something's vague on some level, you're appealing to emotional. You're well, let's not say emotional, but something qualitative, whereas physics tends to be more quantitative, general. Sully Sullivan wants to know if I convinced you of my worldview. I don't actually think people get convinced to change worldviews, to be honest. Like, I don't think it happens through the process that you're engaged in. Let's put it that way. But I really also don't think Doooovid has embraced my worldview in the last, 3 hours or however long we've been at this show.
Well, I mean, a worldview is based on perceptions. I mean, you can't really embrace, it could be a chunking or a template. I mean, saying like your worldview is like a template, and like whatever template you have in your mind can't be transferred to my mind, and so it could be like the output of.
Was that a negative axiom?
It wasn't an axiom. It was just a statement that you can't transfer a template from one mind to the other. That it has to be built up, in chunks, and then you could have the chunking of it or the psychometric differences that notice. Okay, like she's got a worldview like this, and therefore processes information, forms decision in a different way than someone else with an opposing worldview, and then psychometrically, that you would replace your own template with someone else's, it's probably not how consciousness works.
Yeah, if you have a super template that subsumes all the other templates in terms of processing complexity, it's not that hard. People do it all the time. It's a question of meaningful compression. That was what I was trying to get to before with the mind thought thing, is that when you're imagining things as recursive mind thought duality, you don't need to have all the information in the mind that the thoughts have. The point of the mind partly is to compress out the information in the thoughts and only access that information when it's actually relevant. But frankly, I don't know if this is too vague. I mean, some people might say all of quantum mechanics is too vague because what is the relationship? What are the relations really saying? Oh, well, maybe it's not enough. What's enough? At some point, people are saying, well, it's enough when I say it's enough. Okay, well, I'd first be asking, like, what do we mean by local? Because I don't even agree with the correspondence principle. I think that's framing it completely wrong. I think that quantum is the one that applies all the time, and what we're calling like quote classical, that's the limit point. That's a special case of quantum from the perspective of our subjectivity. I don't know if you saw the question from Sully Sullivan. Would you care to have a dabble in answering how do you cash out universals, properties, particulars, etc.? Feel free to not answer if you're not up for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it means by cash out. I mean, like cash out like a transfer. I mean, it's like a metaphor, like cash out when you sell an object. So I don't know what you mean by cash out, universals, properties, particulars. You mean like create some sort of equivalence that could be transferred?
I think his model for his own mind is some type of cash register. And thinking is like ching, 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 and then put it in and you cash out, So I suppose this is alluding to purchasing thoughts. I can't say I transcend this model.
I mean, if you have some sort of numerical equivalence like $1 and then it's transferable, like you cash something out, then you get a cash payment, and then you could transfer that and use the cash for anything else, anything purchasable in the free market. So I'm not sure if universals, so to say, could be cashed out if it's properties, if it's something of mind. So I'm not.
Well, you're pretty well rigid on your substance dualism. You have a theological view of a permanent spiritual realm, and you're a moral realist. Would you agree with that?
A moral realist?
Yeah. There are moral facts whose truth value can be known.
No, I'm not a moral realist like that.
Okay.
I believe in karma, but no, I don't think that we could really know.
So why isn't karma a moral fact?
Well, karma is a real fact. Just it's not knowable to us.
So what?
Well, I'm a dualist and saying that's a limitation of us in the material realm is our knowledge of morals. So we say there is morals, there is karma, but our perception and knowledge of it is limited.
But you're not a moral realist. Why not?
It depends on how you define it, but I'm saying if there's, I just say that
I just gave you a toy definition. I said that there exists
according to that,
moral assertions whose truth values can be known.
Yeah, so I say no, they can't be known. So if you say moral realist, I posit that they're there, then maybe I'm a moral realist. But if you say that they can be known, then I would probably not be a moralist because I don't think they could be known.
I didn't say they could be known. I said their truth values could be known.
Yeah, I don't think they're. I mean, they could be estimated, but not known.
Sully clarifies to stance, independent, moral fact. Oh, I see that the mind independence thing might have been dropped. I would appreciate that due to the confusion with the whole unfalsifiability of the universal mind thing.
The Wikipedia, the Google moral realism, the position that ethical sentences express propositions that refer to objective features of the world. So no, I'm a dualist, and I would say that no, that ethical sentences express propositions that refer to objective features of the spiritual world, not the material world. So moral realism is a spiritual phenomenon, not a material phenomenon. I mean, morality in general is a spiritual phenomenon, not a material phenomenon.
Yeah, that's why you're fundamentally a dualist. And there's this division between spirituality and manifestation, and morality is part of spirituality, and there's an unknowability of spirituality.
It depends what you mean unknown, but saying the intricacies can't be understood. I mean, they could be known. They're known to exist. They're known to be real, but they can't be measured in the same way of physical things, in that way of knowing.
You could say they can't be known to arbitrary precision. The way I would word it is to frame it in terms of necessary and sufficient. We can't get to arbitrary sufficiency, literally on some level, due to like uncertain quantum state and exclusion style uncertainty. So how would you say you justify your beliefs? Or do you think they're unjustifiable? I might be in the unjustifiable belief camp, but I'm curious to know what you think.
Well, you justify them. You can't prove them, but you could justify them. Yeah, that's why by explanatory power, when they're justified by explanatory power, they're not proven by explanatory power.
Like I don't know. I guess he hasn't heard your multiple truth rant, but Doooovid's whole approach is parsing is the ontology to some extent. So how do you parse things? It's like, well, yeah, that's the whole idea, is every situation is an instance of parsing. I don't know if you would agree with that, or sorry, you'd maybe say chunking. And the chunking theory relates to like a more general knowledge acquiring science type thing.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Pearson, there's the process that we go through to determine truths or process information, and then there might, so to say, be an objective description of reality.
Is there any basis to justify this objective reality?
When you use the word justified as opposed to prove. So, I mean, justified.
What I'm arguing is, forget about proving, because I would not ask somebody to do something I can't do. I think that's like trolly in a bad way.
Yeah, I'm saying it's justified by explanatory power. Doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
Yeah, we kind of got off topic. It's a bit of a navel gazer, isn't it? I was trying to think if there was something else that was developing in consciousness. So I guess if Bell's theorem is really vague, then it should also be pretty vague to I don't know, like, if it's vague, that might mean it isn't even correct. So I guess the question is my model a form of superdeterminism? That would be maybe a longer term question for me to look at the answer to. But the immediate pressing question that I want to talk about is how to present my stuff on the Kurt Jaimungal thing without getting totally derailed. There's just too many subjects.
Do you have a date set?
No. No better time than the present, though. Start preparing.
Well, I mean, it's just going to be you and him, and he's read through some of your stuff, but I'm saying, what's he going to read through? He's just going to glance at your blog. You don't have like any papers, so I mean, if he's just going to let you ramble and then try to repeat back his understandings or bring up other interesting things to hear your thoughts on it, it'd be unclear.
Well, he talks about his emotions frequently on the show.
Yeah, I mean, that seemed kind of weird. It was like,
why is that weird? Some people, don't mind. I don't mind that, I guess.
Well, I mean, okay, if it's theories of everything, like with Kurt Jaimungal's Week in Review and Doooovid, so you're gonna hear me ramble, but you're looking for like theories of everything. Like, it's not about you, it's not about your emotion. It just seems like like, who cares how you're feeling? Like some more stoicism here. But
sure, but
that's the style.
it also informs pedagogical goals. People, it's a value proposition. If you can align the teachings with a value proposition, more likely to be accepted.
Yeah, it's like I don't care about you, I care about the ideas. Why you keep on telling me about like telling me about yourself, type that, like, or if he's trying to make it about him, or so he's talking so much he wants to share some things. You're like, no, I could watch hours and hours of your content without really wondering anything about you. You're like, I'm just interested in the ideas, and if you're giving over the ideas, but whatever, that's his style. It's not that bad. But yeah, if you were going to do a show, because I mean, I guess most people never heard of you, probably, like, you're not a well-known name, and that way you're not published. That if you wanted to give an overview of your thought, how would you have a systematic, organized overview of your thought? And then if he's
that's what I'm saying, like, it's not even a good plan to go down that road, because then it's going to be like we got to cut this off at some point. Like, we can't have this digress into 4 hours about Indian politics. Not that I think that would necessarily happen or anything. I'm just saying that if I don't have some type of an architecture, this could go off the rails in a number of ways that I don't even want to fathom. I just want it to be good. So the thing he has linked
to work
is
on a systematic,
my
organized
cosmological argument.
Introduction to your thought.
Okay. There are different. Do you really think that's going to be possible?
Well, if it's not possible, I'm saying then you're bad content.
Well, if my theory is right, does that redeem the fact that I don't know how to frame it? Is there any possible self-redemption narrative in that?
No, I mean, if you can't frame your theory, I mean, maybe if it's right, it's okay, you have some sort of ideas that are right, but you can't frame it, it's still bad content.
Okay, so frame it as a philosophy of minimizing the complexity of the decomposition of a system. Does that seem? And then decomposition and chunking is pretty much the same thing under certain interpretations.
Well, you got to work on like introductions and overviews.
Well, that is
Yeah.
the introduction. I'm saying, like, I went through all the possible suppositions that I could make. I selected the lowest number possible per order, and this is the solution that I came up with. And it's fun because you can come up with this same, maybe not the same solution yourself, but you can rediscover my solution or potentially solve other problems in a similar manner once you understand the technique.
I mean, you probably should do more interviews, like get used to.
Well, this is the first one. This is one, like, if this one can go good, then it'll be great. Then I'll probably have a bunch more. But this is where we plan it so that it doesn't go not good. I'm also slightly concerned that he's going to ask me to do one of these theolocution things, which I feel, how couldn't it go badly on some level?
I mean, he's a bigger platform, and just like an interview, like Jai Devi or something like that. We're just like, who are you? What are your what are your thoughts? What's interesting about you? What are you working on? Just like a generic interview, like any platform. I mean, just get used to answering questions, to concisely introducing and explaining yourself. So if you're start on a bigger platform like that, it could but even just like hopping on streams again, it's like whatever's available, like Ralph or Jai Devi. Just if you're doing well, you hop on a stream, and then there's more people who want to talk to you, and each one of those has this basic, like, who are you, what are you about, that you get used to in a good, concise way, that you connect to your audience, where you give some sort of biographical explanation to yourself, and then some sort of relevant to the channel and topic intellectual overview. So, okay, like I had someone on my channel, and we were talking about just chess, just one chess variant. So he didn't, he gave very little biographical information, maybe a student studying math, and talked about how he became familiar with this game, and just his history of this one chess variant. But and then then specifically into the game to talk about a philosophy. But just get used to, in various audiences, introducing yourself, a bio, and an overview of.
It's hard to give the right information that makes sense to my teachings. We want to select the information that makes my teachings make sense. Okay, it's not just like, hey, I'm 198 years old. What's up? It's like, we got to select the information that matters.
Good content. You have to be able to give an overview of what's relevant and interesting of you to the channel and audience. Some of you're speaking to Jai Devi or Ralph, it might be different. But like if you're on, if you're on a channel, you have a relevant bio, an overview of your thought that's relevant to the channel and audience at hand.
Yeah, it's theory of everything. So I guess if I was going to be, quote, relevant to the channel, I'd be going on and trying to say why you're never going to find the theory of everything, because that is self-refuting.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what you're talking about. But so you, like, besides,
yeah, exactly. Well, I know what I'm talking about. I would say, here, I can establish to you using rational principles why a theory of everything, a single one, is a self-refuting notion. And then you can have multiple theories that, quote, encompass, quote, a certain type of everything, but it's not everything.
What I said, you have to give an overview of your bio and thought that's relative to the channel, not just a topic to argue about.
No, I'd need to go to Kurt and say, well, do you want to talk about the philosophy of theories of everything, or do you want me to try to show you why my physical model might be able to be agreed to as a theory of everything by a certain subsection of atheists? #doubt.
Yeah, I mean, even before that, you still have to give a reasonable bio and overview of your thought.
No,
To
I
make
can't. I literally cannot tell people, quote, how or what I think. Because my systems aren't based on how or what I think. They're based on this language and system of understanding.
But I mean, you're going to have to, so to say, express the value proposition.
I don't think anybody can describe the contents of their
or
own
else it's
thoughts.
gonna be
Just
bad
saying.
content. If you just say you don't know how to communicate, it's going to be bad content.
Okay, so we got Don's advice. It's not about me. Right, it's not about me. And I just tried to say, let's make it about the channel. Let's address the question of whether a unified field model is even possible in the first place. And Doovid said, well, no, we got to blah, blah. Okay, so I got like literally at cross purposes here. So he's just, just chill out for a second here.
I mean, that's a topic that you're going to discuss. I was saying before the topic that you're going to discuss, there's to be some introduction to you and why people should find it interesting to listen to you and your ideas about a topic, and something that you might be able to squeeze into 2 minutes. Like
they shouldn't find my ideas interesting. I'd likely think people would find ideas scary.
I let them ramble for 10, 15 minutes. Sometimes they're done in less than a minute or two. Just like an introduction to yourself and your thought before you get to the topics at hand. If you jump straight,
that is not related to the topics at hand. That's why it's going to be extremely.
That's the precursor to the topic at hand. If you just want to jump straight into the topic at hand, you can, but it'll be worse content.
That's right. That's why we have this convo now, where we say, here's the list of stuff that makes sense to say on the show. Lay a foundation, paint a picture, simple stuff.
I mean, if you've done it 100 times, then you're used
I haven't. I had no interest
really
ever in talking about myself.
Yeah, I mean, you really haven't even done it once. Just like a, like a regular, like an interview, like an introduction, and so if you've done a whole bunch of them, that you could, but like if you've never really done it once, just going to be like, I mean, it's not necessarily horrible content, but it's worse content if you can't, you even introduce yourself and your some sort of overview of your relevant thought, and then you just want to jump straight into arguing. It's going to be worse content. It might even be bad content. Unenjoyable, uninteresting content.
I just don't think what I've done explains my beliefs here very well in this life. What I've done in this life doesn't explain this stuff too well. If anything, it confuses people.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't say it over in some sort of comprehensible way, you're in trouble. You're not going to be good content.
I just said that I have a philosophy of finding the minimal complexity solution to all manner of quandaries. That's a very short summary that would describe my approach to things. So that's obviously not enough. And I have to add some stuff. And so I could say, well, I went to school for physics and math, and I worked in applied analysis of some type and for some time, such.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably 30-second bio. I mean, if you're going to be talking to them for hours, you could probably do a few minute bio. But I mean, you could.
Some of these are long,
you could squeeze your bio into
5 hours.
30 seconds. Doesn't so okay, like went to school, I got a degree in this, I worked in this field. That it would take you less than 30 seconds. But if you're giving some, of an intellectual overview of your thought, you should probably spend it. If you're going to talk to them for more than an hour, you would spend like a few minutes on some sort of overview of your thought, or your progression of your thought, how you,
Don't you see how that presupposes that I believe there's thoughts that emanate from Jen Sharp?
Well, I'm saying if there's not, why you worth listening to? And so if you can't
Because there's
establish,
no thoughts emanating from any self that is finite.
yeah, and so if you're going to say something like that, then say something like that and establish it in the beginning. And just trying to be like cheeky or cute with some sort of contrarian way of thinking. And so if that's who you are, that's who you are. Say it over in the beginning in a comprehensible way, and instead of like trying to be cheeky, because it's probably not going to land well, and it's just going to be bad content.
You don't take it well. Not my intention to be offensive. I don't know that Kurt is necessarily going to be offended. I should definitely be on the err on the side of caution, as my dad likes to say.
Yeah, but like a few minute explanation of the how you look at the world, if there's some sort of evolution of
Do you
your
really think
thought.
how I look at the world can be summarized in a couple minutes?
It has to be. I mean, or otherwise
It's going to be a lie then. Are you
otherwise
cool
you're
with me
bad
lying?
content. Yeah, I'm saying people could. I mean, you're just being dumb for no reason.
What?
I'm saying like you're just saying like you're incapable of doing an interview. Like you're such an
Can
enigma.
you summarize your worldview accurately
so,
in
like,
2
you're just dumb.
minutes?
No one wants to interview. You're never going to be interviewed.
Can you accurately summarize your worldview in 2 minutes, though? Honestly.
Yeah, I could say over a bio many times. I've done it countless times. Like I've been interviewed. Like I mean, I appeared on different channels probably in the last month like 10 times.
Okay, a bio is not the same
summed it
as
up
how
in
I form my
relevant
opinions.
to the audience. Like I think different pieces of information relevant to the audience, and you're just saying like I'm such a mystery and enigma that I'm not
Did I
even going
say
to
that?
bother explaining myself, and like it's just going to be dumb. No one's going to be interested.
Well, how many times do you have to fail at something? And by you, I mean me here. How many times does someone, aka me, have to fail at something before they just say, well, this is not going to happen?
Yeah, so you just give up, and but I mean, you're doing it.
I'm not giving up on the principle of teaching, but to tell people how I form my opinions in 2 minutes and how that relates to what I'm teaching, when the whole point of teachings is for other people, not me.
Yeah, it's just going to be dumb because like you're like accept my authority, and saying you have to give some sort of explanation to people of including a bio, and it's saying not talking long. Like if you're just
a bio is fine here. It's not that I can't give a bio. I have got the bio. It's fine. Here's the thing. How does the bio relate to the way I form my thoughts? That's the part where it's not clear, and I'm not sure how to explain it. And I'm worried that if I try to explain it, it's going to cause more confusion. That's where I'm at in terms of that.
Yeah, it's a bad sign. You said like, like I talk to people all the time. I introduce myself all the time. I explain a segment of my ideas to new people all the time. And you're like, if you can't get good at the skill, like what the hell are you doing streaming?
To get better at the skill. I mean, it's extremely valuable to me to talk to people who have different
I guess there's a reason why, like, no one ever asks you for interviews. Like, I mean, we've been doing this a long time. People ask me like all the time to appear on shows, and you're like, every time I give some sort of introduction, and it's saying like, you've been doing it a long time. Like, no one ever asks you to come on their show. No one ever asks you to interview them. No one ever asked to interview you.
Except for Kurt, which is why I'm saying I'd like to prepare so that it doesn't go bad due to my pride problems, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, you got issues.
Daryl is saying that no one cares how you form your thoughts.
Nobody. Practice with nobodies. Saying like I mean, it's not that like just it's something relatively simple. It's like a pride issue, like or whatever. Just like make yourself intelligible. And like I talk to people all the time. Like I'm used to making myself intelligible. I'm used to giving relevant bio and information to the topic at hand. And so if you're talking about something intellectual, that means the origins and overviews of your thoughts on that topic. And if there's something like counterintuitive or paradoxical of that, you have to explain the paradoxical or counterintuitive
Some
origin.
subjects are really old, so it's hard to give a
If you
summary of
can't
something like
explain that, you should
cosmology.
be able
Don't
to
you think it's
explain it
hard
in
to give a
terms.
meaningful summary of cosmology? Not just for me, for anyone. I'm not trying to be difficult here. I truly want this to be peaceful when it happens, hence the preparation now.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna like emotional, argumentative over something like obvious, like just like taking a few minutes to introduce yourself and the origins and overviews of like your thoughts on the
Oh, you
topic.
know why it is? Because I'm always thinking like the least harm thing. And then I'm thinking, since I don't, use that cogito thing much, there's no point in talking about it and just skip straight to the knowledge, because me explaining me is just going to cause confusion. That's, I think, what my thinking was before. You're saying that's a problem. I'm open to that.
Well, I mean, there's a
I
reason
guess
why
I'm of the
you're not
opinion that,
constantly like a guest
yeah,
of honor, like
okay.
you're like a scholar in residence. Yes, and a lot of people that they're good at it, they do it, they get invited, they're a scholar in residence all the time, and they do what I'm saying every single time they speak. And so it's like no, like despite your big ego, like you're never invited to speak anywhere. You're never a scholar in residence. So something relatively simple you can't even do, and like God forbid you have like this huge ego. Even though um, you don't have really the backup to justify that ego. You're saying that it's something that, like as I said, like if you were a regular, if you were a popular guest on other programs or at events, this is something you would do at every single one of them. You would have to introduce yourself.
Hence why we will now find a good way to do that.
Why? I mean, it's not we. I mean, I mean, saying you should just do it by practice. You like don't. You're saying okay, if you can't do it, uh, you can't do it on the stream, like being argumentative. It like yeah, I mean, when it comes for Kurt Munkel, it's probably not going to go so well. But so you should just practice. Like book yourself on like streams or something like like be a guest on other programs just to get used to doing it. And it doesn't have to be major programs. You can practice with minor programs. It's just like memes. Like you just go in and start rambling without introducing yourself. Um, you're like, no wonder, like those getting
I
no
just
views.
explained to you why I have that neurosis, and it's like, okay,
I mean, it's
can't
not
just
so.
move on. Okay.
No, it's not acceptable. So I mean, okay, you could like have a profession or something, but like no, you can't be like a scholar in residence or like a guest speaker if you can't introduce yourself. So you might have like some like memes or some program where you just get to work or where you skip it, but like no, it's bad programming. It's bad content. No professional, like no good content. Like you have to be able to introduce yourself. If you can't do it, like what are you in the streaming business for? I mean, Mark's saying Jen has been a good guest on
Pedagogical reasons
multiple channels.
Pedagogical reasons, just to answer that, why I'm doing it. And Daryl says, I don't have to assume my audience has zero knowledge and needs to start from zero. I like to make people feel welcome who don't know stuff necessarily.
Have you been?
If you want me to use jargon that's domain specific, if you want me to use and honor your knowledge by using domain specific knowledge, then you better demonstrate that you can handle it and actually comprehend the limitations of the system you want to invoke this jargon for. Asshole
Have
Daryl.
you been a good? I mean, Mark's saying here, you've been a good guest on multiple channels, but like what were you been on? JF, Modern Day Debate, T Jump. Is that it? I mean, maybe, like Luke didn't really like having you on, probably because like due to what I'm saying, like just like the basic, like radio personality of, kind of like Givens, but you have to introduce yourself. So I mean, you were on Luke a few times, or you're on Norvin's a few times. So like no, I think I've been on like 50
defending
channels.
Against the Aryan stuff that was just flagrant,
And all those
misrepresentation.
You just got straight into arguing, and it was like bad content. Most of it's been deleted.
I did not get into arguing on Luke Ford. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
Northern.
but do you not remember? Yeah, well, that was because of defending a principle about area stuff. I don't want to go into that right now. I'm talking about Luke Ford. That was not confrontational. The first time I went on that, from what I remember, is KMG was hammered, or one of the first times I went on. He was hammered, and he was starting a fight with me. It seemed to be aggressive towards me. Like, it seemed like that's what it wasn't. I don't think I really took the bait. At least not
It
most
was
of it.
just
But I don't
arguing.
think I
and so
definitely went into an argument. I didn't see it that way, I'd say.
you weren't successful of creating yourself as a personality that was understandable to the audience. And it's, I mean, it's really something basic. I'm saying it's basic about communication. It's basic about streaming. You just, it's not nothing complicated. You just have to be able to introduce yourself in a way, you know, to explain yourself. That and so if it's some sort of dissonance where you don't understand yourself and therefore can't explain yourself, yeah, it's a problem. And like I mean like in that way, like no, you probably can't be like a teacher in that way because you can't get past the introductions. And I'm thinking about like yeah, like I'm on like a new channel every week or two. You know, like people reach out to me, and every time I do an introduction, and usually I just do it relevant to the channel. I might say a few things about myself and a few of the things like I think about or talk about, and I keep it largely just relevant to the channel and what we're going to talk about. I don't give like a whole long bio. And if the people want to learn more, they migrate to uh, my channel, and even just like to pop on to like a given program and just like who are you? What are you going to talk about? What type of things do you talk about? And I mean, it's really nothing. I'm not saying anything major.
That's not the issue. The issue is that doesn't link up to my thought process in any way that I can see my way to intelligibly conveying within the span of dos minutos. Comprende? That's all. And so it's like I got to come in and be like, well, here's what I think I can get across about my views in the time that I can reasonably hold the attention of your audience, man.
No, I mean, saying it's an overview of topics.
Oh,
just
which
introducing
topics?
to who
You're
you are
jumping around here.
and
We're
the type
talking about a few
topics,
things here.
the
It's
type
important to
things you
distinguish
talk
here.
about and think about that are going to be relevant to the audience that's listening to you. It's not like I'm not. It's not really that complicated. It's almost infathomable for me to not understand what you don't understand about this.
Don't you see that I feel the same way, but just for different things?
But I mean, you're just being like difficult for. I mean, because you're a difficult person probably, and it's saying like, okay, like I'm a civil engineer. I read and research and talk about these things, and like I love physics and I have thoughts on these issues, and it's nothing that complicated. But if you can't do a good introduction, it's going to be bad programming.
That's why we plan it out now, and it'll be good by the time that I go on there.
Well, I hope so.
It's just a matter of
I mean, it's kind of
making
like
it clear that I didn't. Here's the thing. How do we
as we said, like the less
explain?
the accomplishments, the bigger the ego.
Oh my God. How do we explain to people that I didn't come to what I know in this life? I feel that's very important.
I mean, once if it's that relevant to the topic at hand in your audience, and then if it is, you just explain your belief system. Like, like I believe in reincarnation. I believe in the immortality of the soul, and then you just lay it out there at the beginning, so that it makes sense to the audience, or at least it's out there. So if it's important for you to say that in the introduction, it may not be, but it's just like these are the type things.
Yeah, exactly. It might not be. It might not be. So given that it might not be, like what's important to me
if
is
it is,
pedagogical.
There's terms to use. Like you just say, like I believe in reincarnation and the immortality of the soul, and that my knowledge on these subjects is not purely the result of academic research, And it's saying like certainly if you can't explain it in logical terminology, like the audience is just going to think you're a quack. So I mean, if you could explain something that most people reject, but at least use, technical, logical explanation for your belief system, then then at least you could connect to your audience, and you said it, so they go, okay, well, like she believes in these things which I think are don't exist, but at least you explained it, and then they could say over that, okay, this is Jennifer who believes in that her knowledge on these subjects come from like her immortal soul or from previous lives, uh, and if you determine that that's not relevant to the conversation, then how you came to your knowledge on the subject, you could say, okay, like you have a degree in physics and math, and you worked in
Like,
uh,
I didn't come
voice
to my knowledge
recognition,
of how I do
and
problem solving in those subjects.
you've been thinking about and talking about these subjects for many years now, and you have thoughts on this list of topics.
Yeah, I've been intentionally building a body of teachings within, hope to share them with as lay audience as possible.
Again, just overview, what is this body of teachings? I mean, it doesn't take more than like 10 seconds to.
Oh, well, I've always relied on interpreters to go into those things. I mean, I, in some ways, consider myself as almost like I'm making a menu, and I just really want the menu to be appealing and so forth. But I can't.
Yeah,
There are
it
some
doesn't
things
take like more
I
than
sort
10
of understand
seconds.
myself.
It doesn't take more than 10 seconds to say over a list.
It is when the concepts aren't defined in the language necessarily, when the consciousness stuff isn't properly decomposed to be intelligible or coherent. So it's now I could say I've done consciousness studies. Would that be okay?
I mean, you really should probably speak to more people, go on other channels to just test out how people react to it. But it's like it's really not that complicated to give an introduction.
You're saying it's not that complicated, but I have this imperative that let's just think of it as a superstition. I just can't let go of it.
And that's why you haven't successfully made yourself.
I'm sure that I can accommodate it in a presentation on Kurt Mungle.
Well, no, I mean, if you can't do it like right here, right now, or
let's just
you're probably
move
not
on.
going to be able to do it then. If like you can't, like any stream.
Yeah, I can just write the script. It's not that hard to write a script.
If I booked you on like any given stream and you couldn't introduce yourself, it's unlikely you're going to be able to do it on Mungle.
I could write a script, and Mungle wants to talk to me on the basis of my ideas rather than me going to someone I disagree with to defend some ideas on principle. Not the same at all. There's no need for me to introduce myself if I'm just going to tell someone why they're wrong.
Well, just like an interview. I mean, most people don't, like Charles Moskowitz.
But that's the thing. I'm not going to tell Kurt Mungle that I'm wrong. I'm going to talk to him about my ideas.
And move on to the next topic.
I don't wish to have an argument with Kurt Mungle because he seems highly sensitive, and I don't want to upset him. He seems like the kind of person I could be pals with, frankly.
Yeah, when you're talking to the audience, I mean, you just got to think about it. I mean, it really shouldn't be that complicated. Introduce yourself and give like a series of topics or ideas that you're interested in talking about that, that makes sense to, like hundreds or thousands of viewers that see it, like, oh, this is Jennifer, this is her bio, these are the topics that she finds interesting and has been researching.
How many topics have I found interesting and been researching? I feel that list is about 200 things long, at least. I certainly don't want to.
What's ever relevant to the channel and the audience.
That's the thing, Doovid. The channel is theories of, quote, everything.
Yeah, I mean, so like obviously I have a wide, if I'm a guest talking about Judaism, I'll give my major, bio about the Jewish places I studied and my thoughts on various Jewish issues, and I might not even mention anything else. Maybe I'll throw in like I'm a civil engineer, but or if I'm talking, to Hindus, I might not even throw in. I might just mention like I'm Jewish, but might not that the list of the totality is shortened to the relevance of the audience, and like it's theories of everything in relations to like physics and science or
It doesn't really get
spirituality.
more broad though, if you know what I mean, right? So it's a bit tough.
But I mean, just some sort of preparation. It's not tough. I'm saying like if you haven't done it,
it would be easy if it was theories of chemistry with Kurt Mungle.
It's a defect.
Theories of particular causality with Kurt
Mungle. It's a defect on yourself.
Theories of everything.
If you could fix this, you could probably be a popular guest on other channels. But like just like the most basic, obvious thing, you have to be able to introduce yourself. And like if you can't introduce yourself, you're not going to be able to be a guest on other channels.
I just get nervous.
Yeah, I mean, you get nervous, and then you get unfriendly, and then people just think you're weird or a quack, and don't want to talk to you.
And then I don't want to talk to people who are put off by something as mundane as brusqueness.
Is your inability to introduce yourself?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind if someone's like, well, I'd like an introduction in the last 2 minutes and covers the relevance to this topic. It's like, that's cool. The topic is theories of everything. It's like, okay, but you're talking specifically about a cosmological theory. So right off the bat, there's a framing issue that has nothing to do with my own views, except that my own views necessitate that I clarify such framing issues in advance of commencement of discourse. So, yeah. I feel like if I start getting into that, it's just going to be the never-ending story. And his eyes are going to glaze over and the audience isn't going to care. And I mean, people are talking about you can't pick the audience. I agree.
No, I'm still giving
Kurt Mungle's audience is following him because they like Kurt Mungle.
To like, you have to be able to introduce yourself, and if you can't do it, you're going to be a crap guest on no matter what the program. You might be able to jump into like an argument and be like a little bit interesting for an occasional debate, but like you said, like you didn't connect even after your big appearance on T-Jump and Modern Day Debate. None of those people really migrated to your channel. Just due to largely the lack of what I'm saying, an inability to introduce yourself, and like if you want to put in the value proposition terminology.
No, but this is how I look at it. It's like I'll just wait till I have somebody to introduce myself for me. That'll happen eventually. I just can't someone else do it.
It's probably never going to happen.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, we've been at this for 3 years now. Like, it's probably never going to happen.
But it is going to happen. I'm going on Kurt Mungle. That's the whole point. It is happening now. And you're like, it's never going to happen.
Well, it's not even scheduled.
Let's not sabotage
it. You may not go on Kurt Mungle.
That's right. I may not go on, but let's make it.
And it could be like
I'm prepared to go on if it
could
does happen.
Like, like T-Jump or Modern Day Debate or JF, where people just like, okay, like that crazy woman, and like I watched it.
It's like I can't try to be funny without being called crazy. That's honestly really sad. It's a sad sign of the times.
Yeah, but you're not a comedian. Don't try to be funny.
Why not? Comedy is a wonderful means
if you want to be a comedian, like you should have been a comedian. Like you're a physicist, you're a scientist, you're talking about physics and science. If people wanted to see a comedian, they'd see a comedian.
Yeah, so I can't do comedy on the Kurt Mungle show because it's going to be like.
You could say a joke or two, but like, I mean, but saying like you're the joke, and people are going to look at you as a joke because you can't do the most basic thing as introducing yourself. And like, what the hell? This grown woman can't even introduce herself. What the hell's wrong with her? Even if you have like some wacky out there theorems that most people think are crazy, like coupled with the fact that you can't even like introduce yourself, it's not going to work. So I
It's
mean, you
not
could have
that. It's just that like it's customary not to introduce oneself when one is engaged in certain types of arguments.
no, it's
Heard
always customary for
channel
people to
is
introduce
not.
themselves,
Oh God.
especially when people haven't heard of you. It was like Sabina Hastenfelder, who's way bigger than Kurt Jaimungal. Yes, okay, you could skip the introduction because everyone knows her better than him. But even that, like you give an introduction, and it's saying you have thoughts on various topics that you have to be able to introduce people to your thought, to like what do you think about
The thing is, they're not my thoughts on the subjects. They're what I think other people will be able to understand to access the subjects meaningfully. Like those aren't my thoughts. Even if I'm going to say, okay, I'll allow that I have my own thoughts. Like those aren't my thoughts on the subject. Those are my thoughts as to what other people will be able to understand on the subject. There's a huge difference there. I don't know. Is that
you're gonna have to
important?
come up
It's
with a
like I
strategy.
kind of go back and forth.
Otherwise,
It's
it's
like,
just
is
gonna
that
be crap.
important to even say that? And it's like,
Otherwise,
or
it's
people
gonna
can
be crap
understand it. And it's
content.
like, I don't think so.
I mean, you're gonna have to come up with some sort of strategy to introduce yourself and give an overview of your thought and the value proposition. Otherwise, it's going to be crap content. And you just think like, how come no one ever invites you? How come you're not getting a regular uh, stream of invitations to appear, to make appearances? And then like, what could you do different to change that you would have a regular stream of invitations to make appearances and give over some of your teachings? Like, what are you doing wrong that you're not getting a regular stream of invitations to give over some of your teachings?
It's a question for the ages, I guess.
It's a question just for you. And then once you figure it out, you'll change it. And then,
I don't
hopefully you'll
give a
get a
shit
regular
what I
stream.
end up saying, as long as it's a thing that I can convince myself is the minimum harm is going to be the outcome of it. As long as I can convince myself of that, it's fine. In terms of what information, it's like degree, job, perhaps some of my pastimes, such as extreme sports and comedy and so forth, breakdancing, might be relevant. I admit this is a problem, though.
Yeah, but now we spent like 30 minutes on like what really should just take you 2 minutes.
Mm. Well, like, how long is it going to take for me to go into the cosmology? Does it make sense to just keep it to a purely cosmological argument? Because then if I'm going to do that, I got to present myself as being somehow a cosmologist, right? So I'm going back and forth. I don't think it's a trivial thing. I think it's a complicated thing, frankly. I could try to wing it, sure, but
Because
I
you're
think it
not
would
an
be less
organized
polished.
person in general. I mean, but people, if they want to learn more, they'll migrate to your content. So you just need to give an overview of what's relevant to the subject at hand. And people want to know more about you, they'll migrate to your content. So I mean it's really just a basic, simple thing. Like, most interviews, conversations, debates I have, it never comes up that I have an eBay business. People want to learn more, like they might figure that out. Or they like that I play chess. Most conversations I don't bring up that I'm a chess player. People migrate to my content, might be able to figure out more. So it's relevant. You give an overview of the topics relevant to the conversation. And if you're not capable doing that. Like, it's probably going to be a crap conversation.
Again, you're on to overview of relevant topics of the conversation. We were just on giving a bio here, so we've closed the topic of a bio. That's on. That's it's pinning that, and we're moving on now to a relevant overview of the subjects.
Yeah, the
'Cause
bio is
that-
like 30 seconds. If you're just like, okay, you're Jen Scharf, you have a degree in physics, and you worked in this field, and you enjoy skiing and comedy. Like, that's 15, 30 seconds.
No, let's not go down. Let's not say that one. That doesn't.
Well, whatever it is, like, we don't need to talk about. That's 30 seconds. Like, whatever your bio, like, whatever you say, you're going to say, there's nothing complicated about that.
There's nothing complicated about a bio when you're going to go give a talk on a theory of everything that isn't a theory of everything, that's a theory of cosmology that you want to say doesn't actually represent any new ideas. That's non-trivially easy to convey in 2 minutes.
No, that's we're talking about your ideas. The overview of your ideas is more complicated than your bio. I mean, just your bio, that's not that complicated. Like, it's just going to be a few sentences, like probably less than a minute to give your your bio. You give an overview of your thought that's relevant to the topic at hand. That's a little bit more complicated, but just break it down. What is it that you're thought about? What is it that your areas of research that are relevant to the show and topic at hand? And that might be a few minutes as opposed to your bio that's just like 30 seconds.
I don't think the bio is going to be 30 seconds with Kurt.
If he doesn't ask you any questions on it, I mean, you say, okay, like,
if I specifically say, hey, I don't really want to talk about myself, you just keep it short, I'm sure he'll be like, okay, Jen, that's fine. I'm Kurt Mongol, and I'm a super nice guy, and I never want to go against your needs, Jen. Kurt is obviously the biggest sweetie that's ever existed, so that's fine.
You're not making any sense.
For what feels
like
the
you're not going to make any sense on the channel. You're not making any sense now. You're not going to make any sense then. Like, a bio is not complicated. This is who you are. This is where you're from. If you don't want to say this is who you are, this is what you studied, this is the work that you've done, these are a few of your hobbies. It takes 30 seconds. It doesn't matter.
You don't understand. My concern is
it makes no difference who you're speaking to. A bio is a bio.
Concern. You don't see that I have a legitimate concern in misrepresenting my beliefs?
In your bio?
Well, I don't want to give people an incorrect impression. It's like if someone comes away from that thinking, well, if I jump out of an airplane,
a bio
I'll be
is
more likely to understand causality. Well, no, that's just something that was incidental.
What we're arguing about. A bio is a bio. It's factual. This is who you are. This is what you studied. This is what you've done. These are your hobbies. There's nothing complicated about that. There's nothing to argue. There's nothing that will be any difference of how you give your bio on Kurt J. Mungles, how you give it to anybody else you talk to.
Yeah, there's no problem. That's why I haven't been able to do it and always try to avoid it and can't convey why.
You got issues, like God forbid you need like a therapist, you need a psychiatrist. But no, it's not that complicated to give a bio.
So if I go to a therapist, I'm like, hey, how do I give a bio? They're like, what? It's not that I don't know how to give a bio. It's that I don't know what information is relevant about me to come on to Kurt's show to talk about a theory of everything that I, by definition, don't think can exist as a single theory. It's hard. You understand how, my worldview would preclude a single unified field model? Because there's multiple unified field models?
It has nothing to do with your bio. Your bio is relevant, like you're just educational, scientific work background. If you want to give a few, personal, like hobbies or interest, that's it. Like there's that's
obviously I'd much rather focus on the subjects, which are hard enough to get across the concepts without having to try to resolve some random personal information that you're saying is somehow inconsequential or indispensable, to this moving forward. Okay.
Yeah, you can't move forward without giving a bio and some basic information.
And then there's this other impression that I'm just reproducing my thoughts on paper. Well, that's not true either, by a long shot.
I mean, you can't even talk like why the hell are you arguing with me?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to help you understand why I don't know what to say.
I'm trying to help you. You're not helping me now. You're the one who can't even give a bio. Like, if it's not help, we could finish the program. I mean, like you need to
It is helping.
Give a bio. Like, you're not helping me now. I'm helping you.
Okay, I appreciate that. It is helping. I just need to get to a point where I can explain that stuff.
You know how to give a bio. Like I said, like, I'm on programs constantly. I speak to new people all the time. Like, it's not complicated. If it's complicated for you, like, I don't even understand why. To me, it's like unfathomable that this is even complicated for you.
Well, I don't think the idea of having one thought is something most people can relate to. Most people think they have many thoughts.
I don't know how to give a bio. I mean, it's just like almost unfathomable. Like, what the hell are you saying? You don't know how to give a bio?
It's more that I don't see how any of that is relevant to what I'm talking about.
Who you are is relevant to whoever you're talking to.
Right.
Anyone who
and for Kurt, it's a question of why am I qualified to give a unified field model, aka a theory of everything? Why is Jen Sharf qualified to give a TOE on the Kurt Jai-Mongol show? That's the question. And the answer is my bio intro thing. I do want to list my professional activities, at least my major ones.
I mean, probably why you're so hesitant is because obviously you're not qualified. So, I mean, your bio...
Arguably, okay, fine. Arguably, nobody's qualified, fine. I don't think I'm unqualified. I don't think I'm unqualified.
You specifically,
clearly,
compared to the itinerary of his guest, are underqualified. But it doesn't preclude the fact that you have to give a bio. And so,
so actually being accepted as an expert in one's own field, that doesn't count towards generalized expertise. Is that correct?
Well, I'm saying that if you only have a bachelor's degree, you only have minimal experience, you're not published, your bio, doesn't match your ego. But doesn't mean you can't you could pass, giving a bio. You still have to give a bio.
And the things to talk about in the bio, the trick is to be giving enough information.
There's no trick to a bio. It's factual.
Oh my gosh. Clearly we have a difference of opinions on this. Is that all right?
Difference of opinion. Your bio is factual. It's like your LinkedIn.
Yes, I'm not disputing that. The question is, which facts are we going to focus on? I do have LinkedIn. I could just read what's on LinkedIn. That's fine. Sorry if I'm clicking my headset here. I'm getting excited here, but yeah, I could just state what's on my LinkedIn. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely uncomplicated. Just like you're giving a few highlights of what's on your LinkedIn. And saying like, yeah, you have a theory of everything. What's on your LinkedIn does not justify you having a theory of everything, but that's fine. Like, he's having
me having discovered the 3D periodic table and actually putting it in a cogent manner and maximally symmetrizing it.
You have that on your LinkedIn?
No, it's not.
Yeah, because you're not published. Because not on your LinkedIn, as I said, what's on your LinkedIn does not justify you having the theory of everything. But you still have to give your resume.
Holy shit, Daryl. I know that how tall I am is not relevant. Even though it obviously is relevant being a 5'10" woman. In terms of how other people treat you. But anyway. It's fine. I'm not confused about facts. I'm not confused about anything other than what makes the most sense to present on there. there will be enough. There will not end up in one of these overly hair splitty type nothing conversation.
Yeah, I'm saying like, okay, when you're on modern day debate or T-Jump, maybe having a degree in undergraduate degree in physics is impressive, and like maybe relative to Kurt Jaimungal, having it'll be under impressive. You'll be underqualified, but you still have to give your resume and just put it out there. This is your background. Um, this is your formal academic employment background, and it's not like just a very quick overview, because not that the topic of the show isn't your bio, but and it could be 15 seconds. It's like, like I'm Jeff Sarf. I have a degree.
Did you watch the Chris Langan show? Perhaps.
Were you on it?
No, Chris Langan on Kurt Jaimungal. I assume you didn't. I mean, I doubt you're a fan of Chris Langan. I watched it just out of morbid curiosity, but yeah. Never saw it.
And then they say, okay, despite
he spent a long time talking about himself, is my point.
I mean, despite your lack of accomplishments or resume, it's fine. Like, you just give it over. It is what it is, and then you move on to what you think about, what your ideas are, what your theorems are, what you have thoughts about, and then that's what you're going to talk about.
I don't think it is going to be what I'll be talking about.
Well, it should be. I mean, if you can't quarterback what you're going to talk about, is going to be crap programming.
Well, yeah, I'm going to quarterback what I plan on talking about, but what I plan on talking about is a very simple, as simple as possible, bottom-up approach of approaching what I discovered with regards to creation in the universe, aka new space-time events being formed by quantum state exclusion and dark matter. That is sort of what he linked to. So I assume that's what he wants to go into.
Yes, I was like, okay, like I have a blog, I have a theory on a quantum periodic table, and these various things, and but just a list of 3 to 5 things.
List of 3 to 5 things for the blog or for myself? Sorry, you lost me there.
Well, I mean, I'm saying your bio. Maybe you include the blog. I mean, if your bio, just your work, educational experience, a few interesting things about you, and then you move into what you think about, an overview of your ideas, and that might not, just 3 to 5 things. If you want to make like a list of 10 things, you probably could, but like, no, it doesn't need to be more than like 3 to 5 things, because it's probably what you want people to know about you. For the sake of the conversation.
Which is nothing. I just want people to consider the ideas. So me as a person is inconsequential to that.
Yeah, but you're the one who thinks about and has these ideas, and that's what you want them to know about you. This list.
I don't want them to know about me, because that probability that information is going to clarify anything for them is less than 50. So because it's pretty much less than 50, like way less, I don't want it to ever happen. That's me just being pragmatic. That's me being pragmatic to a point of being self-defeating.
So there's no purpose of you being on the show then?
No, there is a purpose to me being on the show, which is explaining the theory.
But you just
that doesn't have anything to do with Jen Sharp. I can't explain Jen Sharp. I can explain the theory. And you're saying, well, I got to explain Jen Sharp. And it's like, okay, well, what about Jen Sharp? And then we can move on to the theory as quick as possible, because that's going to be hard as F for me to get into.
Your bio, and then your main ideas that you want to express to this audience.
Well, I think there's an essential branch point at this stage, which is, do I go into why an actual TOE appears to be precluded by the complexity of matter, or do I explain my cosmological formation principle?
Well, I mean, he's probably going to lead the show. So, I mean, you're looking at a list of like 3 to 5 things. And so if you want to, obviously the theory of everything is what you're going to talk about. So you have a strategy where you're going to, say, okay, like, this is who I am, this is my bio, this is what interests me. I have theories and ideas on this list of 3 to 5 things. And then, maybe like a quick piece on your thoughts of the theory of everything. If you wrap it all into like 2 to 3 minutes, so like your bio part, 30 seconds to a minute, the list of the main things you think about, a minute, and then maybe another minute on your thoughts on theory of everything. You're not talking about you're talking about wrapping it into like 2 to 3 minutes. The bio part, 30 seconds to a minute, the list of the major things that you think about or theorems on. If you have a list of like 3 to 5 things, and then maybe a few explanatory sentences on those things, a clarification, and then may be jumping straight into some sort of overview on your thoughts of a theory of everything. I mean, if you can't do this, it's really just going to be crap content.
Hence why I appreciate you going through this list with me right now. And I'll have to just talk to Kurt about it to decide which direction he wants to go in, because my guess is he's going to be like, well, what do you think is the best direction to go with the show? And it's going to turn into one of those vicious self-reference things. He's like, well, what do you think? What do you think? And it's just like,
you don't have to talk. I mean, you can. But saying if you're buddies with him, you could message him or something. But like, no, you're just giving a list of like 3 to 5 topics that are that you have thoughts on, that are relevant to his channel and what he talks about. And you may,
I could go on with thoughts about his channel for a month.
So I say you're just giving a list of 3 to 5 topics that might be interesting for the conversation, things that you have thoughts on. It was like, okay,
which to me are interesting if I've got the maximal emotional buy-in from Kurt. Like, remember the girl from my flat earth debate? If Kurt can look like she did, that's winning. So it's a little more complicated, but I mean, if this thing's gonna go on for hours, and I've seen him go on for hours, like, I gotta frame it in a way that I can remain sort of, I can pace myself. There we go. It's just that frequently people get the idea that I learned something in school that I just didn't. And I don't want to give people the wrong idea, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, so people are just going to see you're not organized and systemized in your thought. It makes for bad content.
Well, did you think my talk on reincarnation on your show was bad content?
I mean, I still get some views. I mean, but like, because I was kind of forced you to, because I moderated it and directed it. So we went topic by topic, and it was, it was good enough content that it was systemized and ordered. I mean, that's why no one watches these. That's why that is over 1,000 views and still gets regular views. And that's why Week in Review, no one ever watches any of this stuff later, because it's not systematic. It's not organized. There's no value in it. And that's why most of the content on your channel, after like a few weeks.
Let's not please go into yet another discourse as to how shitty my content is.
No one ever watches.
I know my content is shitty.
Well, it's not systematic. It's not organized.
To be honest, I think my blog is getting better. Yes, I have a hard time with organization of my thoughts in writing, and well, in speech, but in writing, it's getting better.
Is there any interview that you have out there that like still gets regular views besides the one on my channel in Reincarnation?
So how that's not a positive on you is beyond me. Why are you
Because I'm
thinking,
systematic and
damn,
organized. That it's
I'm
still
the only one
relevant.
who's got a good Gen
That's
interview
still
on my channel.
relevant a few years
Amazing.
later.
And you're like, this is bad. I'm like, why is that bad? Oh,
Well, because I'm systematic and organized, so that the content, even though you're not systematic and organized, that that I moderated it in a way that's systematic and organized. That you gave a little explanation, then we moved on to the next topic, and I even put in the description and the timestamp, so a few years later, someone could watch that and it's organized. And like, I mean, no offense to your content, but that's why, like, most of your content, like if it gets some views, it gets in like in a week, and then no one's ever going to look at it.
sometimes it's just something being there in case you want to access it.
But no one is, no one does, because I mean, it's just not organized. It's not systematic.
Because I don't want to cause a misapprehension, which leads to a horrible consequence.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to give any argument of the benefits of being unorganized.
I'm not touting the benefits of disorganization. I'm touting the benefits of selectively releasing information in the interest of caring about societal well-being over the principle of egotistical onanism.
But you don't really, because there's no value proposition. It's not really releasing anything that no one's going to tune into this. There's no benefit. So I mean, you have like a few people that may enjoy this, but or follow on a regular basis, but to an average person, there's no benefit to watching this. There'd be nothing that they would gain. Someone I knew asked me, like, are they going to gain anything from watching this? I would have to say, unfortunately, no.
And I'd say you have a very low opinion of yourself. And Tinkle asks, does everybody have a TOE? I think that's really interesting because in a way, yes, because like our consciousness is sort of simulating what it thinks the future. So you could say that it's a subconscious theory of everything in the sense of everything that's going to be relevant to you in the immediate / maybe adjacent to immediate, you could call it like the relevant purview of the future. And many people do have an additional sort of aesthetic chunking. What was it that you called it before? A template. Most people do develop a sort of like template. Sure. Not most people, sorry. A lot of people do. I don't want to say most. It's probably not most. Tinkle wants to know if you're a ninja, Doovid.
Yeah, I'm going to sign off. So, I mean, you could think about this and, maybe we'll make progress on it. But, it's just kind of, you're basically just irritating. So you got to think about that. And if you don't care, you don't care. But you got to
I do care, and I wanted to be
come
positive.
You're not regularly invited as a guest on channels?
Well, because I have to spend hours deciding how to do a 2-minute introduction. No, I don't think that's why.
Well, to me, it's just irritating. Like so it's just tedious and irritating.
It's been helpful to me. I don't know why it's irritating. I guess I should say sorry. And if you want to head out, I don't want to keep you. Like, I'm still down to keep talking about this because I'm still honestly really confused. But if you want to head out,
that's an hour of my time and didn't make any progress. And
well, I don't know how you can say that because like I feel like I understand a lot better what I have to do for the show. But I mean, I'm sorry you don't feel the same way.
Okay, I guess we'll see. Okay, so I'll sign off. Have a good week, everybody, and good luck. I guess you don't even have a date scheduled, so I mean, you probably just avow yourself to the process. Like, either say you'll find some streams to go on, people to speak to, or do practice. Just practice introductions or something. Just avow yourself to a process, and then you'll be able to improve and make better content. And like, that's really all there is to it. Okay, blessings. No need to harp on it. So have a good week and take care. Have a good week.
Thanks for joining. Good show. Yeah, I guess Dawn thinks there was progress. I do too. So I mean, these things can be quite challenging. So we'll be fine. I prefer to have a pre-decided structure and just fill that up rather than have it be open-ended, because if the other person's not following, I don't need them to agree, but I do need them to follow. I will lose my interest for sure. Because what's the point of talking? I'm talking to this like imaginary audience, and then I'm back into the territory of, well, do I even want to risk saying anything? And then it's back in the territory of introducing myself, and it's like, no, I don't care to do that. It's not out of, it's like people, I think Doooovid thinks that I have contempt for the audience, but it's actually more so respect for the audience, because I know this stuff's challenging to understand and I want to optimize people's chances for understanding it. So it's a bit of a double bind because it's hard to say what is I'm explaining with the lack of context. So there's a bit of a opening various lines of inquiry through strategic questioning that is taken into consideration under all circumstances, that like I'm blazing into some sort of, nonsense. It's not really the same as preparing, I don't want to say a sermon, but something where I have a reasonable expectation of interest in my ideas. Like, for example, I spent quite a time discoursing with Wonder Crab, which I had hoped was going to be actually halfway interesting about physics, but which turned into a question of authority that's like, no, I don't care to have, I don't like the term dishonest, because I think it's sort of subjective. But when you're refusing for anything to take place outside of very specific confines, it kind of does give a certain hamstringing the opposition vibe. Okay, so Daryl says it comes across as contempt. Yes, it has to come across that way. Well, I don't want to say it has to come across that way. I wish it didn't have to come across that way. But if it's going to come across in a way that's bad, that is probably not a bad way for it to be incorrectly interpreted. Because then it's just like, okay, whatever. Here's what we're worried about here. This is not about random people thinking nonsense about Jen Sharp. This is about the greater society and what is the most reasonable interpretation of what is said, and being very careful and having that care coming across to anyone who'd care to look. Well, the fact is, most people just just don't have eyes to see those types of things. Right? To pre-plan intentionality into rhetoric, anticipating some type of cross-examination. I mean, that's very, I would say, unusual level of whatever. I don't want to say cynicism, but now here's Dawn again. I can just tell where this is going. It's the woman in you. That reminds me of, was it Tobias Beecher? Or no, not Tobias Beecher, sorry. Wrong type of man in you. Funke. Wasn't Tobias Funke the name of the guy who wrote a book called The Man Inside Me or something? Am I remembering that wrong? Okay, let's continue on. Look, I don't want to say I'm addicted to jokes, but like, if I can go on, I just looked at the clock, 3:33 and 15. Woo-hoo. If jokes keep me going thrice as long, I'm going to pepper in the jokes. All right, the teacher in you. You are not the first nor the last. You and only you can free yourself. Be blessed, old girl. Okay. Dawn, what did I say before about the cliches? The cliches I don't want to say abide. No, the cliches abound. Okay, we don't need to add. Making a cliche is like pissing into an ocean of piss. It may sometimes be a sort of Romans type dealio, but no, not a lifestyle. It's just a matter of what's gonna like not confuse the queer people, because that's a curated audience. But then I see some people going on there with this like alien stuff, and or not aliens, but UFO stuff, and I'm weirded out by that stuff a little bit. So yeah, I don't know how serious the channel is. That's obviously not a reason like not to go on, but it's like I want the right people to know that I'm serious, but I also want to discourage the wrong people. And I guess my work so far has been tilted towards the discouraging of the wrong people. More so, or it appears that way more so. But anyway, I don't think it has to be that way. All in all, if we can get through, I mean, I don't want to say it'll be a miracle if we can get through the, the cosmology thing. But I'm guessing to explain the cosmic argument is going to take, jeez. I want to think I could do it in varying times to like varying degrees of complexity, but I wonder what would be the optimum time to explain it all. I guess I'll have to go over that and such. It's odd because I actually feel like I'm making progress now, even though Doowovid, it's like hyper, seems to be getting increasingly more annoyed that I'm not making progress. But well, I guess it's hard. Daryl says, I don't get to pick and choose. I just present my argument, warts and all. It's like, how many people have we heard say that it, quote, doesn't matter? Isn't it a genetic fallacy? Doesn't matter where an argument comes from. Oh, but now it does, because I'm presenting it, even though I feel like it's wrong to present this as, quote, my argument, because that sort of implies that I came up with it. And if that's true, the sense in which it's true is hardly self-evident. And there's so many ways to misinterpret it that it's like, don't I take that chance? And yeah, I am on that level of worrying about pedagogical accuracy, because I want people to look through my stuff and at the very least think, well, it didn't cause more harm than good. Maybe sometimes I stalled and didn't give any information, so that was frustrating and not it didn't progress things forward fast enough, but sometimes progression can't happen without a temporary stall, not meant to be permanent, but can understand that if there's a natural momentum, if you stall, it's possible to localize that momentum and build up. In French, the word is élan, capital E-L-A-N. I don't really know, I guess impulse is the best translation, but I don't really know if it actually translates. It's sort of the motion you'd associate with an Olympic skier launching themselves out of the box, the downhill ones. I get to choose what I say, not what they think. Yeah, Daryl, you can try to tell me what you think the parameters for spreading wisdom are, but I'm immediately going to ask you to qualify your knowledge. You're going to immediately fail, and we're going to be immediately back at square one. You then present it as an argument or your interpretation of an existing argument. It's not about you, it's about the argument. Well, it's about what form of the argument is going to be most conducive to the largest number of people understanding it, which I seem to recall you saying me presenting it as such as to be understandable for a 6-year-old somehow derogatorily. Now, I'm not saying 6-year-olds should watch this show. I have this show billed as adults only. But obviously, you know, how much did I know? When I was 8, I don't want to say I knew a lot. I mean, whatever. Let's not go there. But I don't want to present something as persuasive. It's supposed to be persuasive. Its form is supposed to be persuasive. So for me to attempt to persuade in a different way than just formal arguments is to go against tradition in my understanding of it. Now, maybe some other schools feel that that's too strict, but am I not entitled to my own interpretations? Is it really wrong to be too strict? You know, if that's my flaw, okay. It may be a flaw, because if I'm so strict that what I'm saying is valuable to absolutely no one, okay. Yeah, that's back in the realm of it being completely pointless. Daryl says, I'm committing a fallacy. I'm attacking the messenger as opposed to presenting a message. Daryl, you've lost me yet again. There's no nothing of the sort here. Let's see. What am I looking for here? Hi. Thanks for your patience. Daryl says, if I present an argument, you will question my qualifications as opposed to addressing the argument. Do you think that's the right thing to do? Yeah, for certain arguments, yeah. If you want to start to question the basis of authority, but by the same token, you deny the concept of authority, it becomes difficult to establish a basis of shared meaning in the case of certain forms of argumentation. That's the point of qualified knowledge. So I'm fine if some people don't agree with the concept of authority. Then I don't know how to engage with that. Because I think it's possible to talk about different authority, different domains of authority. Excuse me. Different, I don't know. We can talk about authority all day, but then if you want to debate my authority on the basis of disagreeing with authority as a principle, that's a conversation that's kind of like, what's the point of that conversation? Here's the question, does that change anybody's mind? It's not just about me wanting to double down on my own position. No, it's about refining a position and actually being right for the right reasons. And that involves engaging with all sorts of arguments. Thanks, Mark. That's nice of you to say. I don't think Doovid would be up for that in terms of alternating as a host. Yeah. I don't see the point of necessarily repeating myself infinity times, but just to get a general perspective of at least where some of the people in the audience, like, I don't want to turn into the fallacy of putting too much grease on the squeaky wheel, so to speak. So I also do things based on stuff that people tell me, like just in private conversation, as their own preferences, and I'll almost privilege those more because there's more effort that goes into them rather than throw away basically pissing contest nonsense in the chat. Yeah, Daryl, don't misunderstand me here. I'm not talking about any particular instance of authority. I'm saying as an operating principle, as a model, this idea that scientific method recognizes authority in a particular way, and that it derives its authority from various things. So there's no person that is literally science. People can attempt to speak on behalf of a principle of science, but this is not the same thing. Yeah, so again, Daryl, it's like, from where I'm standing, and just, is anyone going to tell me they never heard someone say, it doesn't matter who made the argument, it's the quality of the argument? But now all of a sudden it matters so much. What about that meme where it's like, doesn't explain and says the thing, doesn't explain and walks out? I mean, he's called Giga Chad for a reason. So there was this yogi, and he lived in a different time when people had a more striated understanding of classes in society. And people from the lower classes offered him food. And people from the upper classes said, well, what are you doing? You're taking this food from this lower class person. And then they said, well, no, it's not a lower class person. It's this, whatever, shoe shine or whatever it was. Who's in the wrong there? It's not clear who's in the wrong there. They can say, oh, could actually all be argued to be, in some sense, in the wrong. It's not self-evident, and thinking that it is perhaps erroneous on some level. So I guess there will have to be some sort of persuasive monologue. And the question is, how long ought that persist for? Because once the interview's going, my guess is it's just going to keep on going until that's all she wrote, and Kurt is basically comfortable that he sort of comes across as the type of person who's just like really need for it to feel complete to him, which is great. And Doovid being frustrated, like, I wish that didn't happen. Hopefully we can sort that all out. But for me to say that's never happened would be not true. It does seem to happen quite a bit to me. So I guess I'm at a crossroads with my own subjective impressions of the QMPT versus the QMPT. Like, I think it's so cool, but then most people are just sort of like, well, what's the big deal almost? Like, what is that? It's not clear. So I guess I wouldn't mind knowing is there some particular, for the people who are familiar with it, like, is there some version of it that is preferable to the others? To me, this one's really good because you can see how if you spin it really quickly and keep the x-axis, which is the left to right axis, you keep that stable and you spin it around there, you kind of get, or hopefully people could see that you get the generic space-time event shape. Oh, darn, I didn't even do the right screen share, so everyone's been looking at nothing. Here we go. My bad. Here we go. Here we go again. Being incomprehensible. So maybe for next time, people could think of if there's one of the versions of the QMPT, because clearly my impression of this versus average person's impression is not necessarily lining up. There may be some version that's actually way more clear and that I should lead with that. Because it's like, well, if I lead with what I think is the most clear thing and that's incomprehensible, then I've miscalculated. I don't think that'll be an issue with Kurt because he's got a background in physics and math, so I'll be able to appeal to him on a level that I guess if anyone's interested, I would say look at the talk I had with Mitchell Porter. And Daryl says, we want to know what it tells us. It's that simple. It tells you to put it in a succinct way is probably possible, but I may not be able to do it right now. Just realizing that it's come quite a bit further than what it started out as, and frankly, this is not really that much time. Like, I started in late 2015, well, mid 2015. It's really not that long ago. And to put it simply, the periodic table would be the image that is conveying the most amount of information. So we've got 118. And this idea that 118 tells us something very fundamental about the thermodynamics of the universe. And yeah, that's going to take a bit of time for me to put into words exactly what it is that it tells us and why that's meaningful and so on and so forth, because something like the cosmological evolution, it doesn't invoke any of that stuff. And why doesn't it invoke that stuff? Well, because space-time is actually something that doesn't exist in most matter. Most matter is not luminous. Evidence of the night sky is mostly not luminous. It's really not anything more complicated than that. Which needs to be taken into consideration. Most of the universe doesn't experience the QMPT. But everywhere in the universe that's observable does experience the QMPT in an unchanging way. So it's if we compare to what Hameroff said, that space was proto-conscious, this object is perhaps it's geometrical and I don't want to say conceptual. That's what's coming to mind. The idea is that from it, you're counting a number of steps which have a knowable computational complexity. So it means something to stabilize a system about an axis. It means something to stabilize a system about a point in this understanding. Now, what is hard to get across is that you can arbitrarily divide by points, lines, circles. You can divide by lots of shapes in this approach. Question is, why would you? Right? And that's where it becomes a little bit difficult. And then it almost seems like I need to sort of just back up to this philosophical question of, given that there's simplicity on one level, how do we account for perceived complexity on another level? I don't think it's enough to just say, well, it's an illusion. Okay, yeah. Well, how is it an illusion? Because if it is an illusion, then it's maybe a simulation. And if it's a simulation, then what's the simulator? So I think intuitively there's an idea of a simulation as something that has to be booted up. So for fun, think about what would be the opposite of booting something up, like something that was already, going too fast. It would be unintelligible. Like, how would you pare it down? It's supposed to boot it up. Okay, so Daryl says, so far you're saying nothing that is telling what your model tells. Okay, because that's a question of what's a model, right? So the idea is that we want an approach that allows us to build different models because we're integrating the understanding that a model can't possibly transcend the complexity of reality. We make certain arguments in a very basic framework as a lower bound to say things are at least as complicated, and they're, way too complicated. So it's just not possible to have a theory of everything that meets certain criteria. For example, is it going to be equational? Is it going to be finite equational? Is it going to be finite equational in the same basis? So we want to not just ask questions, but every question we ask, we want some way to tell that we're actually getting closer to the answer. And this minimal perturbations from infinity, not from nothing, but there's a sense in which infinity is like that, which we'll get to later. This does work. it's a way to generate models that are not going to be a perfect model. It's not about being perfect. It's about being adaptable, convergent in a finite number of steps, but most of all, intelligible up to whatever system is interpreting it. I mean, ideally, it's something you can reason out yourself to check, because computers are capable. Computers are very creative. They can make mistakes we'd never think of. So at some point, it's chasing the white rabbit of questions into like, well, actually, the problem is that we don't have any fundamental consciousness. But actually, on top of that, I've already kind of thought of that. And my solution is to divide out consciousness in a manner similar as what is happening here with the periodic table being fixed from infinity motion down to infinity motion about a fixed axis. Again, Daryl, you're saying it's a model. It's not a model. It's a way to generate models. So to say that a way to generate models is also a model is a problem. Do you understand that? No, because you keep repeating the same nonsense. So I don't want to say I'm frustrated, but like, yeah, it's a bit tough to know, right? Like, are these questions really in good faith at some point if nobody else has these issues, right? At the end of the day, there's a good chance we're only going to be able to go into one, maybe two models. And clearly there are more than just two models. But I also don't want to give the impression that I necessarily like came up with any of these models either. So it's really a very, very tiny little, teeny tiny little doorway of acceptability, which I always don't mind going through if I feel like there's a chance someone's going to get a benefit from it. You're not trying to be an ass, just trying to get me to assess my own presentation. Yes, well, to explain why I feel the need to put forth so many arguments is that lattice of what you might call the interrelational lattice or meta arguments is itself meant to be the argument that, well, it's not. I'm basically saying here's a model that you could argue is somehow transcendentally complete, which would be the Mr. Periodic Table across 14 volumetric orders, which is the whole, what's the diameter of a proton, what's the largest interstellar distance, 42, oh, there's a dependence relation between the dimensions, okay, got to divide by 3, 14. So it's not just, well, 3 plus 1. It's 3 plus 1, a particular polygonic decomposition of 3 plus 1, just as what's depicted in the diagram on the left here, that is something to do with matter itself, i.e. how many microstates it allows, relative to 4 elementals. A bit confusing because we're going to switch which one's the elements so that it lines up with Platonic type models. This will be the one that will allow for the quantum gravity to mesh up with thermodynamics, which I'm sure everyone already thought of way before me. Okay, Daryl, it's okay. Okay, let me try to explain what I have my theological practice. I have a theological practice. That's clear, right? That doesn't have anything to do with physics. The physics stuff is more of a paying homage to tradition type thing. So technically, a model is of a certain class of things. So if something is a method that generates models, it's not a model, it's a method. But it's not a method either. It's a pre-methodological, space-temporal, canonical decomposition according to a predetermined maximum of independent observables. So this can theoretically be done anywhere. So I gave one example. 4 waveforms can give 118. So if people were actually listening here and were actually thinking to ask a good question, the question would be, why isn't it 3? Why is it 4, not 3? That would be the question that I would think, oh, somebody is like doing more than you-know-whatting through the you-know-what in their you-know-whats, okay? And welcome back, Titan. Nice to see you. Yeah, so though. Apparently, I'm so horrifically repellent as a person that, in spite of my theories very likely being possibly correct, I am just going to be locked out of making any progress out of spite due to having a shit personality. So if words are going to mean anything, let's just like not call it a model, because a model can be expressed equationally. A method can be expressed as, maybe we could say it could be expressed algorithmically. So as a theoretically terminating series of steps, what you might call pseudocode, for those of you who are familiar. So pseudocode is what you sort of want to spend time doing in advance of actually going to code something, because you'll understand what you're actually trying to get the computer to do more if you more precision there. Yes, so Anders says, what's going on? Why is there 4 instead of 3? This is like, I don't understand why no one has asked that yet. That tells me that people aren't in the right place. People need to become in the right place to move forward, because if no one's in the right place, I'm moving forward alone. What's the fun in that? Am I all about that? I don't know, people. I don't know. Answer, and nice to see you, Anders. Answer being that it's not just about the states. Now, what are the states? Okay, 59 dual states, or 118 total states. We're not just looking at the states. We're looking at what? The set of all kinks on the states. JK. Set of all deviations on the states. Oh. What's that? Dosha translates as what? Mark wants to know, what is the central element? Why is it so dang big? I mean, frankly, did we understand the photon thing? So what is it? It's like, oh, it's 3 + 1. Now, why would we say it's 3 + 1 waveforms? Okay, I've been saying it's 4. Well, yeah, I guess it's like a compression thing, because it's like, I don't want to put the double troll. I don't need to do the double troll unless someone actually asks the right question. That's called a strategic mistake, where you're like giving someone something to respond to that isn't just, So why are there 3 + 1 waveforms? Answer, we want to model the set of all modifications, not just the states, which requires the intermediary, which is the photons. So you can look this up. This is uncontroversial, mainstream, very easy to substantiate via the Gibbs free energy chemical principle. Daryl wants to know what the model says about nature. That it has a 3 + 1 something, and that this 3 + 1ness is somehow preserved across scales of resolution, but that there are differences between scales, which can be described as degrees of entanglement. And I guess when you look at QMBT, the idea with that is, okay, it's non-local in the sense that you can find elements anywhere, but it's localized in the sense that like each element's representing relatively small volume. So yeah. What does it say about nature? Well, it has a measurement limit. And all measurements are happening within the context of the measurement limit. And so it's not just saying something about the state that something is in. Oh, it's a solid. That means it doesn't have any more dimensions to reduce to. It's saying something far more fundamental about how things are known and reconciling, like, consider what's happening between a measurement device and a quantum system. What's precluding that same action happening within a quantum system itself? Nothing is the answer. Should have given more of a pause there. My bad. Fundamentally, the QMPT is meant to demonstrate this notion of entanglement, pan, scale, in phenomenological, the phenomenon of trans-scale entanglement. Forgive my clumsy wording there. That on the QMPT scale, small scale, would be like the maximal entanglement. So like as much as possible, they were smushed together, space-time. To the point that you can say, well, look, they're all the same. I'm not going to say that, but you can see how someone would make that argument. Oh, like space and time are each contributing 1 out of 4, which in total is constructing this object, which has 3 + 1 waveforms, 3 + 1 colors, which is a meaningful thing for the orbitals. It has 3 + 1 sizes. There has all these types of 3 + 1s, which I've described as a maximal entanglement. Now, am I wedded to that title? No, it's just seeming like the right term. Again, just putting it out there. And so as you would scale into a, I don't want to say to a different resolution, but sort of if this is the smallest scale, we want to go to larger scales, what happens is that there are precipitates. So this is in some sense a pure potentiality, which as you scale out, or as you get to a larger scale, is simply no longer extant. Like I can't point to this object anywhere. But if you understand what this object is, it's very easy to follow and possibly agree with the concept of its eternality, at least within active space-temporality, which I mentioned at the beginning was actually a tiny minority of the observable universe. Don't have to go far for evidence for that. Just night sky. I mean, the fact that you can't read a book in the night sky. Yeah, Anders is bringing up this very interesting point about the 3-body problem. I think it brings the conceptual issue to the fore because there is no self-evident way to bridge that gap. And I certainly haven't given a method for doing it, but I'm actually working a little bit on that. And I was thinking, what about a sort of two-dimensional equivalent of a linear combination of the set of the first 5 most reasonable approximations of like torsion fields, which is a torsion field would be like, given that, okay, let's just like think of it as an evolving problem here. Think of it like infinity space, and gravity only makes sense for infinity space. So how do we reconcile that? Well, we just chunk it out, God forbid, and try all the different versions of chunk-dunking. We don't want to just purely arbitrarily chunk into whatever. Like, we want to make a pretty good approximation the first time. And that comes from correctly estimating the degree of independence by saying, okay, sanity check, anything above the measurement limit is not independent. At least not on one level. So this word salad relates to a description of nature. How? Okay, Daryl, nature is a bit too vague, right? So I remember talking to my friend about being like worried about pollution and stuff, like some of our teenagers, and I'm like saying that stuff, and he's like, well, there's nothing that we created that wasn't already here. So in his view, you know, a pile of garbage, that's nature because it just happened. So to me, that's not nature. Like, you understand what I mean, Daryl? When you say nature, you're talking about fucking Mowgli going in the forest there and the bear and stuff. Is that what you're talking about? You want me to talk you through Jumanji, Daryl? What exactly do you mean by nature? Because like explaining how life arises versus how, you know, universe craps out a star. I don't really know that it's self-evident that those are connected problems. So yeah, Otters, I don't know if this helps, but basically you can probably converge that method. Just say, well, I'm going to scan for what actually makes sense to model as the local center of mass based on parsing the sky into n subdivisions. Think of it like a type of calculus where instead of what you're not zeroing in on, you're not zeroing in on an area or volume or whatever, you're zeroing in on where it's best to put the centroid. But in an infinite mass, where does it make sense to put the center of mass? Well, nowhere. But there are sections that are de facto local centers of mass. So it would admit some type of decomposition that way. And that's where your computational brute force comes in. It's just like, I don't know. I don't care. I make a reasonable approximation, and your overall computation is particular combinations of those approximations. Okay. And you can have them evolve. And the idea is that it would lend itself to an eigenvector decomposition. I mean, why wouldn't it? Well, Daryl, you're the one who said nature. Did I choose the word nature? Do I want to be giving discourses on whatever nature? Like, to me, when I say the nature of something, I'm sort of alluding to a model, I guess, a simplified decomposition of something, useful, simplified understanding of something. Models may or may not represent a deeper reality. Not at all the point here. What is it that I am saying? I am saying that, well, I'm saying quite a few things, you know. Fundamentally is, I think I've said it already, is that there's a finite amount in some sense of, I don't want to say information, but the universe is infinite, but it admits a finite decomposition. And it's really hard to see why it admits a finite decomposition. And I'm trying to help people. I'm not saying you're going to gain a transcendental understanding of the QMPT instantly. I don't think I have that, but I'm saying like at least it'll be easier to stop making mistakes, like presupposing orthogonal space-time, like something as rookie tier as that. If you can understand this is what I think this can do that other systems are falling short of at the moment. Account for the success of science and give a way to go past science with theoretically similar level of precision that science theoretically has. So Anders says dualities are maybe possible to always solve mathematically systems with only two objects. Crude example, Democrats versus Republicans. Maybe systems with 3+ objects can be partitioned into dualities. Well, why would we need to partition them into dualities when we know that dualistic thinking is sort of on some level the problem? Like we're thinking, we could just arbitrarily make a bunch of dualisms, like draw a bunch of lines. Like how many lines do I get to a plane? It's no answer. You understand? It's not a question that has an answer. Like you can answer why the question doesn't have an answer, but you can't answer the question. What nature is something that happens in our universe. It's not about freaking trees and grass. Well, guess what? Trees and grass are a thing. Daryl, did you know that? Did you know that trees and grass happen? Because I can understand how someone might be confused about that, but like, frankly, by this point in your life, Daryl, I think you should know that if someone is going to be like, hey guys, I have a theory of everything, what's up? It ought to account for trees. No one is really giving me a hard time over this, yet even more evidence people are not focusing in the right direction is that like I haven't really explained how to get to a tree general shape from what I presume is something derivative of the H of 8 complement. The fact is, I'm just not that skilled at visualizing geometry. So the idea is that we wouldn't. Okay. Is anybody following my example where I said we have no clue what it makes sense to model as relative gravity wells? It doesn't matter because we have computers that can brute force it. So we have a variable partition, constant partition size. Okay. They're both variables, but you vary them across different sort of dimensions. And then you decide which one is the best. And that's like, in some sense, a universal background model. And that can be adapted. And so you'll have something that predicts highly accurately, but it may not be intelligible. And so at that point, we may go back and say, well, screw accuracy. I don't want this perfect accuracy because it's just like too tedious. It's like literally, it's, the complaints people have with me, right? It's too boring. So it's like, okay, we'll scrap all that. Let's go back and we'll turn the dial down on accuracy. Because you have a conservation law, right? Like you got to, compromise somewhere. We'll turn down accuracy and we'll turn up coherence. And we won't compromise on scientific accuracy. And it's like, well, these anti-real quote-unquote models say this. Well, of course they do. And where do you think I'm getting this information from? So I feel like this snowflake is a really good starting point. Again, this notion of potentiality, which is infinite motion which is also stillness, because you gotta be able to follow the reasoning here. Okay, so infinite motion is equivalent motion in all directions, quote unquote. So it's technically pre-directional, so privilege is no direction. So it has no de facto directionality, so it's as though it had a single direction that was as yet unrealized, i.e. it's not moving. So only in that one sense is infinite motion like stillness. It's like, sometimes it makes sense to understand infinite motion as infinite motion. So to me, if I'm looking at a snowflake, I'm going to say infinite motion, only relatively infinite motion. And what's that look like? Raindrop. So why is raindrop relatively infinite motion to snowflake? Well, on the one level, pretty obvious, the snowflake is solid, the raindrop is not. So that, is already pretty much established by what they call thermodynamics. And which is why I was so happy Sabine Hassenfelder talk about degrees of freedom, because that's really the direction it has to go in. What's happening here to Mr. Snowflake, or what has happened in some sense, is a reduction in degrees of freedom. So how many degrees of freedom? I don't want to say 3 plus 1, but you can kind of see how you might want to say that. In this sense, we would say, okay, it's starting from like 3 degrees of freedom, and then it's losing one of those degrees. But it's preserving order in that transition somehow. And I think this is already more or less understood, but I want to generalize the concept as, well, it's not just crystals that operate this way, because that's just a solid crystal. Like a solid crystal is actually not that interesting, but consciousness, being that it changes slower than materiality, is crystal-like. Crystalline, I don't know how you want to put it into words, but it's similar to a crystal in that it has an intrinsic order, but that order is, I don't want to say self-similar, but you can see how, like, it does have a degree of symmetry reminiscent to the periodic table. So Anders says duality systems are inadequate for covering all cases. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I could discourse on that mere fact for hours, which is why it makes this whole like pre-framing thing so challenging. So making that point, like, here's basically where I'm at. Like, how many examples do I need to give to make that point? Or can I just expect him to literally say, like, okay, you're a non-dualist, and that's fine. And we'll just sort of qualify the non-dualism. Because that's almost what I would hope. But then it's like, oh, well, how many of the audience did I just lose there? Because I'm basically at the point of saying, well, okay, you have non-dualism, and then you have several levels of non-dual identities. And then you have fundamental dualism, fundamental division into 3, and then so on and so on. And those things are justified relative to the classes of problems that they would be capable of solving. So in some sense, definitionally, duality is necessary for forming a conclusion. It's not necessary for something like working on your own perception. What people call meditation, which usually is just a basic mental training technique for focus, could argue is going in the direction of being a non-dual thing. Consciousnness itself, we could say, well, it's non-dual in the sense that it's just the substrate, just the way Philip Goff basically puts it. Okay, you want to say consciousness is non-dual, or it's the fundamental dualism, I would already be into saying semantics. So the question, like the real trick here is to frame my tendency to go into these, what appear to be pointless semantic digressions, but which are actually totally important for giving definition, which can in some way predict the answer, and also making the point that answers are largely definitionally relative, but that some concepts are irreducibly complex. And some concepts are primitive, Some concepts are transcendent, and there's not necessarily a full overlap between all those things. Okay. Like nobody ever said I wasn't going to use dualism. The point is that non-dualism is what you start with, and then you go to dualism. So the idea is that every step of dualism is justified. And if you can do that, that's the sort of winning strategy. And it's hard because the level of uncertainty, I guess most people are not comfortable with. Most people, I guess, would rather have a perception of certainty than a breadth of understanding. I would say to go outside of your own experience. Dualism of some sort has to happen. But it's unclear at what point we're going outside of our own experience, right? But for a beginner, it's just sort of a trivial solution, right? Just talking to somebody. So sure, there's an obvious dualism in anything. I guess the way I've put it before is it's like there's the pre sort of stage of framing where there may be access to non-dualism. We don't know. It's a guiding principle. We'd like to have a non-dual understanding. Whether it's possible, we don't know. So that's just sort of how it is. Then we also understand that we cannot dwell forever in a cave of, one cannot dwell forever in the cave of one's own consciousness. Because essentially what happens is you become so sensitive through meditation that the suffering of others moves you to help them. And then duality is part of it as well. Choosing which duality to invoke. That's the part that's, I don't know how to teach that. So what I have to do instead is present a subset demonstration, saying that using this method, it is possible to get this representation of the periodic table, get this understanding of space-time, and so on and so forth. Basically just cut through a lot of notes. Andre says dualities are easy to manage and control. So that's probably why they're so common in society, right? So we have to look at things fundamentally assimilating what the uncertainty principle teaches us, which is the basic idea of trade-offs. You want a precise position, aka slit. Well, there you're going to lose some resolution in momentum. So dualism, basic dualism, which can be imagined as a line, but specifically a line cut in, like divided into at zero. There's a few ways you can visualize dualism. Like, I don't know that any one way is right. The important thing is to understand it's just an operating principle that ought to manifest under multiple circumstances, and for that reason cannot be generalized past that point. But for sure, the tendency towards lower dimensional thinking must be acknowledged because it confers a greater degree of perception of control. I think it's the same fallacy as not wanting to get on a plane versus a car because you have more perception of control in the car. So that would be perhaps not a good enough reason to stick with dualism, and or at least to stick with a single version of dualism. On the one hand, yeah, it's inevitable, but on the other hand, there's different ways to compress information, and this reductive way is not terribly efficient. Really think I can make those arguments to someone who isn't already convinced. So with Kurt, like, I am looking at it as someone who's not already convinced, although, you know, we're not talking about Kurt. I have no clue what he thinks about my theory. I mean, his audience. But is like open to it. So I don't know how much I can really go into. I don't know. This is where I sort of get lost and once again sort of circle back to like, okay, well, to me, it's obvious that there's a reduction in dimensionality without a loss in order in the snowflake. And to me, that's important because it conveys the same informational principle on some level as a QMPT, thereby instantiating it as a universal principle and hopefully a stable jumping off point for greater analysis. So maybe what I should say is that non-dualism precludes the notion of a theory of everything because a theory has to be dualistic in a sense that something that could explain anything or everything wouldn't be dualistic. Like, to be able, maybe do some sort of framing, like you can access everything from non-dualism, but you can't systematically formalize, put non-dualism into a formula. Like, I'm just thinking about it sort of out loud right now. Like, could I systematize how I came up with QMPT? I don't know if I could put a list, sort of, but I don't know that I could then generalize it to, that's sort of where I'm kind of stuck at this point in terms of being basically worried again. It's like, oh, should I unify this or should I not? And again, it's like, well, if no one's understanding it, I gotta sort of wait and beat around the bush until certain basic concepts are understood. AKA, people are talking about stuff in the chat that says to me, yep, these concepts are getting across. But generally, yeah. Why would we invoke dualism? Well, we kind of wouldn't invoke dualism, right? Like, you have to understand why it's justified to invoke dualism. Why, and it's almost like from this perspective of a purely physicalist approach, which I have, there's like almost no reason to invoke dualism because you're not doing computations on those terms. You're not trying to minimize computational complexity for your own use. You're trying to minimize computational, you're trying to have an accurate computational complexity. Because the whole parsimony thing kind of falls apart in the face of, well, there's 118 elements. How's that parsimonious exactly? Right, we're kind of running a bit in circles. Like, are we after parsimonious models that are accurate, or are we after accurate models that may be parsimonious if nature happens to be parsimonious? But like, number one, it doesn't have to be. Number two, even if it is somehow parsimonious, okay, we have no necessarily any freaking clue what that even means. Okay, so let's just get over ourselves. Yeah, so I'm saying basically, like, if you want to posit that some equation is non-dual, I'm going to say, look, I'm sorry, you just misunderstood what dualism is. Like, for something to be non-dual, there's almost nothing that's non-dual. Like, it has to meet such a strict list of criteria that I don't see a mathematical concept reaching that level of non-dualism. Like, even neti isn't non-dualism. Zero is not non-dualism. Like, to be non-dual, like, even arguably, honestly, I could argue that conscious isn't non-dualism. And consciousness is far more pervasive than some. Number one, a wave function that hasn't been established to exist past some relational identity. So, you know, like you just say that like the Pythagoreans, I don't know if they were the first, but this whole idea that the universe is mathematical has been circulating since at least the Pythagoreans. My question is, have we actually come any closer to establishing that? And if we haven't, why haven't we come any closer to establishing that? And why do so many people have such a hard time justifying why science works and have to invoke stuff that isn't actually at all historically or even now why science is understood to work? So the thing about math is that it's already dual, because when you're doing math, you're saying, well, we're only going to talk about stuff that can be decomposed according to these ideal polygons, or can be decomposed according to these sets, etc. Like math can't be, like, it's not self-evident that math could even be non-dual, that would even be possible. Like that would be something that would have to be argued in favor of. And given that math is pretty much all, like, from what I understand, like the only non-dual what could be argued to be non-dual in math is geometry, and that's still a type of dualism, unless you're going to say everything is geometric, which is basically you're in the Pythagoras cult at that point. That's a weird. What I feel is it's not only an unsubstantiated stance, it's like a stance that is worse substantiated, as literally, like as time goes on, it's even worse substantiated. So I hold up my glass to people for trying, but this idea that a universal wave function is somehow light on presuppositionalism, like, do you really want me to go through and list all the presuppositions involved in a vector space, and in a Hilbert space, and in a Hamiltonian? And then you have to make an argument that those mathematical constructs are optimal for what they're doing. And many people seem to understand that that is self-referential in a way that couldn't be substantiated by most, as it hinges on an understanding of intuitive understanding of laws of physics. Who has this? Math itself is a limited construct. It can't itself include everything, at least not all in all details. Well, that remains to be seen. What we don't want to do is presuppose such an obviously emotionally, like on some level, it's very an emotional argument. And I get it. There's emotion to music and stuff like that. It's wonderful. It's part of the human experience, etc. And that's kind of the argument in a way. Like, if you accept music as a thing that has value, then you're kind of agreeing that the periodic table isn't all the meaningful information in existence, unless you can somehow go from QMPT. I'm going to try to do that. Like, I don't think that's self-evident. Even if it is possible, I don't know how you could get there. But anyway, like, just saying, that's basically why there can't be a TOE, is like, here's what the TOE would be if it existed. Okay, right? Here's what it would be, hypothetically, be the QMPT. Well, that's not the right one. I guess I gotta just cycle through all these until I find the right one. So if it existed, if there was a model that actually gave us everything, then it would be the QMPT. And I'm saying, like, I don't even agree with that. And I think something even as, I don't want to say it's rudimentary, but even just like a toy example such as music kind of disproves that. So maybe that would be a way to present it. Like, I say, okay, let me go along with this for a while and say, yeah, here's a theory of everything. And it does explain everything, because it says that everything is a space-time event, and we're space-time events, and we're like there's different levels on which we're space-time events, and that there's such. Do we really want to translate everything that involves our experience into space temporality? Like, it's just not realistic because the smell is non-local. It exists. It can be localized, but it is essentially non-local identity. It is, in some sense, some are the whole greater than the sum of the parts. So we have to do two things. We have to show that math is limited in a sense, but it's the least limited of a certain class of approaches, and here's why it's worked so well. And that's what I'm hoping this diagram was going to actually represent, but obviously it's not. It's just basically saying, like, I'm giving a diagram that's a higher resolution of something that you already essentially accept on some level as being true. So maybe we could say it's math. It's a mathematical or a numerological decomposition intended to demonstrate that there's always some degree of, like, basically it's a bit of a dig at the null hypothesis. Like, that is not the correct way to understand or to presuppose arising. Arising should be presupposed as a subject to an unknown but inevitable dependence relation, i.e., circumscribing it and saying, well, here's your minimal independence relation as a measurement limit, but that's excluded, and then everything sub that is included, and statistically most likely thing that's going to happen is something, again, physics already tells us, is the maximum entropy state or minimum energy state. And sort of it's just a matter of bridging the gap of, it's basically the same problem as before. It's like, well, what's the best way to model, given that we think in constant constructs, what's the best way to model an evolving universe? And the answer is, well, we just can't. It's too dang complicated. All right, well, what's the next best thing? Well, let's give ourselves models that they're sort of, I don't know, so sort of like this, like, elephant metaphor again of blind men trying to see what the elephant was. Try to sort of solve that would be, these optimized floodlights to get the different angles. See up the elephant's skirt, so to speak. Feeling reasonably confident. Not that you're always at the optimum for every single possible question, because, like, actually optimizing, it's about understanding how even optimization is subject to a dependence relation. You can optimize in various directions. And that's all fine. We have so many problems that a TOE, in the sense that I think most of us are thinking right now, like a bunch of formulas, are basically the way Sabine Hasselfelder was describing it. Just give it to me in a formula form. Maybe we just need to sort of like argue that that's not in the cards because of the complexity argument, and say, like, okay, here's what it would look like if it was. But even if it is, and I'm not saying it is, but let's just say for the sake of argument that it is, okay, which would mean that we can predict music from this shape. I'm not saying that. Let's say we can. Who cares? Because no one is going to be able to follow the number of steps it's going to take to go from this to that. Nobody. Now let's think about why. It's because we're tuned in to a particular range of the space-time continuum. Mr. QMPT is not. And therefore, our music has a dependence relation with us. However, in the same way that art, when understood meta-analytically, you have to look at more than one piece of art to sort of see this pattern that can start to pull out meaningful axes that would correlate with a sense of beauty, I think we've been over this before, symmetry and contrast. And the subjectivity coming in, not in violation to those principles, but rather particular proportions of those principles. So Iris comes up with a good point here, which is the self-inclusion, quote-unquote, paradox. I would say that it's possible to have a complete system, but that it's far more than what I have done. Like, I don't think what I have given would even itself count as a theory of everything, even if we like fully expounded it. Which I'm not even close to saying that it's fully expounded at this point. I don't think anyone would agree with that. But even if it was, it still wouldn't be a true theory of everything, because what does a, quote, theory have to be considered everything? Does it mean everything is discoverable in practice, or everything is discoverable in theory? So I'm basically trying to say that, like, to give even a pseudocode style breakdown of the latter isn't possible, but that's fine, because it is possible to basically like choose on a very fundamental and generalized level once one is capable of conceiving that level of potentiality, which does require some significant training. So I don't think it's possible for math to include itself the way that it's, I think attempts to get math to include itself would undermine the basis of math for the same reason as like self-reference doesn't, like, self-reference is a big problem. It may not seem like that big of a problem, but when you can just sort of trivially, arbitrarily add complexity, like what it happens with the complex plane, that's not just nothing, that's something. And if nobody understands what the something is, well, we get people making arguments like math isn't metaphysical. It's like, math is more metaphysical than not, because numbers can't be established to have a basis in reality. What can be established is that numbers are very useful for understanding things that do have a basis in reality, like quantum mechanical periodic table, which is something that we understand through numbers. It's not understood to be numerical in any sense until what I'm doing here. So significant is that there's a numerical argument for the periodic table that transcends dimension. I don't like having to say this. So Anders says, rather optimistically, that a model of everything is, I believe, possible. It's just that the model itself must exist in some external context. Well, I mean, it depends what you mean by everything. So maybe there's a finite number of eternal questions. And I don't think those questions can be answered in the sense that even if you give a compelling answer that you think is an answer, and that on paper it's an answer and seems to be an answer, people are just not going to understand it. So there ends up being more value in spending that time explaining why it's unrealistic to think you'd understand a subject like this off the bat. If you think you understand, you're wrong. And just the mere fact of a perception of understanding is itself a sign that it's actually, oh, gotta like back up. Like, I shouldn't be feeling this way. If you want to know how my actual thought process goes. Pro tip, you probably don't. So Steve Wolfram talked about defining a foundation more fundamental than math. But then, as I see it, the same problem with the need for an external context exists. Yeah, sure. Of course. You're alluding to the notion of the, I suppose, could be described as primitives. So this is how I've tried to explain it before, is that you take any experience you can talk about and decompose it into its basic ingredients. And if you can't decompose something without increasing the complexity, it's a primitive. So I'm arguing there's like a very small number of primitives. And that these primitives are subject to dependence relations. So that's why I'm saying like space-time is primitive. It's subject to a dependence relation, 3 plus 1. Let's use the numbers as primitive. Fuck trying to explain the numbers. Say it's primitive. So it's like I was talking about a 3, and then someone was like, what? It's like, it's a 3. And then they're like, I don't understand. It's like, okay. Maybe tomorrow you'll agree with me about a 3. I'm basically all right if you don't agree that 3 is a thing. Or that we live in a 3 plus 1 dimensional causality. I'm cool with that. I'm just trying to show people like an IKEA type knowledge discovery process where I've taken the time to at least attempt to show a path from what's around now to my approach. I've spent years coming up with the best way to present it. So first of all, we have to acknowledge that it is a problem. So some people will say like infinite regress isn't a problem. I'd say the burden of proof is on them to establish that. I do think that infinite regress is a problem, at least insofar as there doesn't appear to, like, there's no need for anything more than just physical laws, and they don't appear to necessitate infinite regress in the sense that they're finite. Sure, infinite regress in the sense that they've been around forever, but that doesn't mean there's infinitely many of them in any real way. Sure, you could argue every particular instantiation of the laws of physics itself, that's a law of physics. Like, okay, well, just dilute it into nothing if you want to do that. That's cool. I don't play that game. The primitives can't exist in isolation as separate objects. There must be something that connects them. Again, Anders, we don't want to presuppose these things, okay? We don't want to make these categorical, absolute assertions willy-nilly. So more so shift in a disposition. It's like, okay, big mystery, you know. Periodic table, measurement limit, what does it all mean? Well, on the one hand, it's sort of just like stop, you know, in a sense, like stop trying so hard to overcomplicate things. You just like slow down, chill out. I just feel like, okay, well, what am I looking at here? We have so much information at our disposal right now. Why not take advantage of it? Yeah, obviously infinite regress for time is a huge problem. I don't really want to jump into that whole big issue right now, but let's think about this. If space-time's entangled, okay, and temporality has to do with, like, let's think of temporality as a property of matter that it doesn't necessarily have to have, and the temporality, when matter has the quality of temporality, it's at a higher energy. Let's think about that. Just think about that for a while. I am not aware of any other way to discover primitives, but by using this process, which is called neti-neti, so not this, not that. So I discovered, way a long time ago, like I didn't even have to tell anyone, that a balloon, right, is not metaphysical primitive. Like, not even, I mean, you could even argue a sphere is not even a metaphysical primitive if you want to become that pedantic about it. Like, I don't want to be like that because I want to have people able to access teachings meaningfully at whatever level that they can. Whatever. So, again, aesthetics. This is where it becomes almost intelligible because it's back to the Mr. Burns illness thing. Why isn't Mr. Burns dying? Well, because it's like a doorway where 50 million diseases are trying to fit through at once. They get stuck. But in the bad, how do I structure this as to like frame it? Because I would almost I wouldn't even mind if we were going to spend the entire time just talking about why a theory of everything is not possible within the way that we understand theories right now. So maybe there's a way that we can reframe it and say, like, okay, a system, an approach, a religion, that's enough. But a theory, that definitionally can't encompass everything. And even when we get the best vantage, quantum periodic table, to do that, it still doesn't cut it, because even if we could somehow derive, like, hypothetically some music from QMPT, it's just not self-evident how to do that in a finite number of steps. So, like, it being possible and it being intelligible diverge. And that's an important thing, because we don't have access to music in the language of the quantum periodic table as it is, but we have access to information that can tell us something fundamental about the structure of music in terms of how many dependence relations can arise within it. And then maybe seeing how we perceive, like, we're sort of bound to perceiving the space-temporal dependence relation in a particular way. And to get an accurate view of reality, just listen to what people are saying. Nobody understands, nobody understands, nobody understands. It's like, well, isn't the quantum periodic table the, quote, accurate view of reality? If it's not that, what is the accurate view of reality? If it's not this, then what is it? I mean, if there exists an accurate view of reality, does it have to contain the QMPT? And if nobody can fathom the QMPT, can anyone fathom the theory of everything? And what's the theory of everything worth if nobody can understand it? So I do want to make that point that, like, there's sort of two classes of theories of everything. There's the ones that are accurate in a, quote, more objective sense, aka like computationally accurate, aka like who's forcing, aka it doesn't matter how many coefficients you have, versus us, which are subject to very limited capacity on cognition, dictated far more directly by measurement limit. So yeah, I really appreciate everybody tuning into this awesome show. And I'm pretty optimistic for the future. Maybe I shouldn't be, but whatever. I'll just keep on developing my ideas, and I am open to suggestions. Like, it does help to have questions, so that's why I wrote that article. Like, I really appreciate somebody taking the time to care enough to ask questions. And I hadn't really given the mind thought dichotomy much consideration, as I was perhaps wasting my time. Like, I was sort of hoping, okay, people get to realize, like, okay, there's a simulation and we have access to the simulator, and then we have access to the components of the simulator, and then we can, and so on and so forth. Like, I don't want to spoil the surprise again. I just, like, it won't be like it is on these shows. Let's just put it that way. It won't be me being, trepidatious to that same degree, because I want to be competitive with Oh yeah, that would help me if, like, before I go, if people want to say, like, if they think anybody else's theory of everything is compelling. So I need to check that out. And I know people have mentioned Langan, and frankly, I'm sorry, but it's not compelling. It's a bit like everybody has their own theory. So, you know, anyway, it'll be interesting. And yeah, talk to everyone next Sunday, if not sooner.